and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. May I humbly ask the nominee to take his seat. Honorable members, in line with the communication from His Excellency the President, the nominee sitting before us is to be vetted for the position of a regional minister. May I proceed to ask the nominee to tell us in 2 minutes about himself.
Would you want the Quran or the Bible? Right. You hold it in the hand, and then you take the right side. I proceed to administer the oath. I,
Ali Adolf Gogiba John,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Honorable members, let me bring this to the fore, that we have written to all nominees that they are entitled to bring up to 10 guests. The maximum ceiling is 10. This morning, I have received complaint from the marshal and the clerk that this privilege is being abused, and they intend to let us withdraw the privilege. Honorable members, it is not with respect of only this nominee, but henceforth, let's limit ourselves to the maximum of 10. I thank you very much for the opportunity to make this announcement. The nominee may now proceed. In 2 minutes, tell us about himself.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my name is Ali Adolf John. Mr. Chairman, I was born in the year 1965 in Bimbila, in my region, northern region. Mr. Chairman, I started my primary education in Central Primary School in 1971-72 academic year. Completed the primary and proceeded to middle school to write the middle school leaving certificate. And I completed the middle school in 1981. Mr. Chairman, after my middle school, I decided to proceed to the technical school. I decided to proceed to the technical school in 1981, and that took me to 1984, and I wrote the City and Gains certificate exams. Mr. Chairman, having completed the primary school, I had to do some work, and for that matter, people teaching, as it was called those days. I taught for 2 years and decided to further my education in the Tamale Polytechnic in 1987, and I completed in 1989. Mr. Chairman, after that, I also decided to do my national service in the same technical school. After my national service, I was immediately employed there, and I started teaching as a tutor in that very year, in 1989. After my national service, I was given appointment as a teacher. Mr. Chairman, after that, I taught for some number of years, and then proceed, because I wanted to become a professional teacher, I had to go to the University of Education, Kumasi campus, to do a certificate course. After the certificate course, I didn't end there. I also did another course, that is foundation, in 2005-2006. Mr. Chairman, after that, I came back to my school, but at a point I decided to move from the main teaching stream to now go to the GS office. Mr. Chairman, after that, in GS office, I was given the role of security supervisor, and after that, I was posted to Cherukuni also, where I worked for 2 years. Mr. Chairman, doing all this, I was also very interested in politics. And so, when I was in Cherukuni and I was transferred back to Saboba, fortunately, within that year, as a security supervisor in GAS office in Saboba, my party came to power in 2008. And I was nominated by my colleagues who were party executives to become the district chief executive. And I served as a district chief executive from 2009 to 2017. I served as a district chief executive from 2009 to 2017. And after that, I now moved to Tamale, where I reside now. I also work with the Tolong GES office. Mr. Chairman, this is what I can say about myself.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaibu to start vetting questions. Honorable members, let me inform you that a nominee seated before us is being vetted as a regional minister for the deputy whip, who is the acting ranking member today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I first of all wish to congratulate the nominee. I was in Saboba for my national service. I taught in the EP secondary school. I was a sports minister. I've seen that you've indicated that you were once a sports director or something like that. And well, so my question is, we have a lot of young, beautiful girls migrating from the north down south. Most of these girls end up sleeping at places which are not conducive. Invariably, I'm talking about the phenomenon, the social phenomenon of kayaye. It's a problem in Greater Accra because then you have a lot of these people who do not have the right places to sleep at. And they end up getting pregnant. There's a lot of teenage pregnancy as well. Some of them are actually stabbed, and you would have all manner of some sort of sexual intercourse with them. How, Mr. Regional Minister nominee, how do you intend to have that problem addressed? What are the specific policy initiatives that you intend to put in place to ensure that that is holistically addressed? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the Kayayo menace is a problem that has not started today. And I, as a regional chairman, as a regional minister, Mr. Chairman, sorry, because I'm a regional minister, chairman, very sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I, as an incoming regional minister, I have already started thinking about our brothers and sisters who find their way to Accra to do all sorts of menial jobs. Mr. Chairman, the best I can do is, first of all, to make home a very attractive place so that we don't get further girls and boys migrating from Tamale and, for that matter, northern region to any part of the south, not only in Accra. Mr. Chairman, we shall initiate apprenticeship training. Those who are interested to become hairdressers, seamstresses, some who want to go into petty trading, we shall introduce some packages to be able to support them to start this, go into these ventures. Mr. Chairman, for all you know, some of them are there. They come all the way from the north to Accra just because her target is to buy a sewing machine. Her target is to buy a dryer. And because of these two things, she finds herself to Accra, and before you realize, she's doing something different. Mr. Chairman, I, as a regional minister, if I get the nod from this noble committee, what I can do is to ensure that all the district assemblies under me will take it upon ourselves, and I will supervise and ensure that the district assemblies go strictly by that. We will ensure that every DCE at his level should do his best to stop the migration of these young girls and boys from their respective districts to Accra. I will take it very serious. Every year, some number of sewing machines, some number of hair dryers. In the case of the boys, we shall attach them to master craftsmen. Then these master craftsmen will be able to take care of them, train them, and within a period that they think that maybe 3 months, a period that they think that these people have acquired the skills, then just as captured in our manifesto, if they get this training, definitely the government, as part of our manifesto promise, we shall be in charge of taking care of whatever training course that these people have gone through under the master. And then we shall motivate the master by paying the master according to the number of people, boys or girls, that he or she has trained. And then this process will be a continuous thing. We're not going to do it just 1 year. If we do it, Mr. Chairman, I believe that if some people in Accra get to know that their colleagues back at home who couldn't buy sewing machines now have sewing machines. Those who couldn't buy hair dryers now have. Those who were loitering around now are attached to master craftsmen, and they are not paying anything. The government has taken over to be able to pay just for them to get their training, I think most of them will find their way back. Most of them will find their way back into the region again. Mr. Chairman, I'll take it very serious, because sometimes when we hear what our own brothers and sisters go through in Yendi, it's very pathetic, and I'll take it up seriously, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
any further question?
Yes, it's a follow-up. So, Mr. Nominee, what would you say about the MPPs setting up a place for our brothers and sisters and giving them this kind of training here in Accra, as against your earlier intervention? What would you say about that? I hear you needed clarification. I'm sure you are aware that we started a hostel in Accra, the MPP.
Very well.
The MPP government.
Very well.
And then that also came with some training, including having master craftsmen and all of those ones that you indicated.
Very well.
So I'm asking you, what would be your view, or what is your view on that? Are you intending to have that maintained, or you have a shift in program?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, it's a very laudable idea.
If the nominee can be given the opportunity to answer the question whether he's aware or he's not aware, then you can proceed with the other question.
Save that, Mr. Chairman, he started answering. So, Mr. Chairman, we told you the friends. I think sometimes the nominees are very, very capable and able. So, in order not to... Yes. So, Mr. Chair, please, I don't know if you... Please, are you aware or not?
I am.
So, please, would you proceed to answer?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I think it was a very laudable and it was a very good initiative by the previous administration. And Mr. Chairman, the NDC will not scrap any policy that the MPP started. That was a very good policy for Ghanaians. Mr. Chairman, if you started this initiative, of course, it was a very good initiative. And so we, as a government, instead of allowing this, Mr. Chairman, instead of allowing this to be in Accra, where our youth will still find their way to Accra, we rather think that it will be better at the district levels. It's a very good initiative. Those who want to be in Accra, and they can cope with Accra, why not? But most of them, like we said, they didn't just find their way to Accra by mistake. Mr. Chairman, so I think that those who will want to still be in Accra, they can be. But I think that it will be better we establish some of these training centers in the district level, which is closer to their villages, and then they will feel more comfortable. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Just a follow-up. I don't know, nominee, whether I got you right. Did you say that the NDC government will not abolish or scrap any policy of the MPP government? Did you say that?
If it is a good policy for Ghanaians, why should we scrap it, Mr. Chairman?
So what is your definition of a bad policy?
Mr. Chairman, we shall review every policy that you started that we find problems with. Mr. Chairman, we shall do everything. Like I said, governance is a continuity. And whatever you started that Ghanaians are very happy with, I don't think it is our intention to scrap it. We will rather review, look at what is not going on well, then we can improve upon it. That is what we shall do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Your last question.
Mr. Chairman, I've only asked one question. You only asked one question. The address was I've only asked one.
And how many follow-up?
One. Because the one.
Okay. So you have 2 more questions. Proceed to us. And honorable nominee, listening to the question, let the questioner finish before you start providing your answer. And to our guests, we are still in parliamentary section, so we don't clap in parliament. So I'll plead with you to listen to the proceedings in silence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable nominee, what specific programs or initiatives do you intend to put in place to boost the region's economy? Because in 2016, I think the World Bank Poverty and Equity Brief indicated that the Northern region had a 30.7% poverty rate. What are the specific initiatives or plans you intend to bring to bear to boost your region's economy, reduce poverty, especially among the young men and women? I'm more interested in the young men and women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you look into the NDC manifesto, you would realize that the agri sector, we have planned to provide mechanization centers at all districts across the country. Mr. Chairman, this policy is a policy that I am going to attach serious interest to. We all know very well that the Northern region is a food basket of the nation. And so whatever I will do in my capacity as a regional minister, that is if this Nobel Committee gives me the nod, I think I will give agric very serious attention. And these mechanization centers, I will ensure that they function very well. I will insist that every district chief executive, I will ensure that they function very, very well. We will not abuse any of the government policies. I will supervise, monitor, and then ensure that whatever the government puts in at any district level, the people must benefit. And so we will attach seriousness to it. Then also, Mr. Chairman, in my region, just to let you know that the agri sector is where I'm going to focus most on, because your stomach must be full before you can do any other thing. Any investor who comes into my region with the aim of doing any of his investment in the agri sector, Mr. Chairman, I will play my part as a regional minister. I will ensure that if they are moving to any district, we receive them with 2 hands to let them put in their best for us to get jobs and for us to make the agri sector very attractive for everybody to want to invest in it or to venture in it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
A follow-up. Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable nominee, I think the summary of what you just said is that your concentration largely is going to be on agriculture. Is it going to be a departure from what we have known and seen over the period? Because one of the issues you would have is water. Water for the farms. How do you intend to have all this corrected and to ensure that the farms and post-harvest losses? So when you even have all the harvest, what happens to the crops or the food you want to bring down south? How do you intend to, because you've hinted largely on agriculture, and I just want to find out how you intend to correct all of this.
Honourable members, I will allow the nominee to answer the question, but I will treat it as a substantive question, because this cannot be a follow-up. Thank you very much.
But Chairman, if you listen to the response from the nominee, he emphasized the need for investment in agriculture. So then the member should be allowed to make a follow-up question with regards to that. I also have, because he is actually opening it up. Majority of his questions or his answers are not spot on. So he opened the box, so we have to come in.
Honourable members, I know what a supplementary question is, and I know what a substantive question is. I still stand by my ruling that this is a substantive question for the nominee. Proceed to provide the answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, what I've said about the agri sector does not mean that I'm not going to look at other sectors. The northern region is a deprived area. But as Mr. Chairman, you recall, I made it very clear. I said the stomach must be full first before you can think of any other thing. And so that is why I touch much on the agri sector. That doesn't mean that other sectors will be left. I will give every sector the attention needed. Mr. Chairman, looking at the agri sector, I'm going to open up. We have rivers. If you look at the river Oti, all the way from Damanku through Bimbila area, through Saboba, we don't have irrigation dams. Mr. Chairman, we shall employ this and open up irrigation dams, say that we don't do only one season or one seasonal farming. Mr. Chairman, when these irrigation dams are opened, definitely our youth will be doing perhaps twice in a year. Instead of this one seasonal farming, we will now do maybe twice. And Mr. Chairman, the other thing I want to talk about has to do with the post-harvest losses. Mr. Chairman, most of the roads leading to some of the villages where these farmers are based are not good. We have to open up more roads, make them motorable, say that when our farmers harvest their produce, they are able to transport them.
Nominee, Chairman, I think you need to call your nominee to order. He's actually not answering the question. Post-harvest and all what you are talking about is not part of the question the member asked. So please stick to.
He asks of post-harvest losses.
Chairman, he is not your nominee. Tell leader that the nominee is not your nominee.
That is to be the case. The nominee keeps saying that when I do this, he's not even referring to the committee that when we give him the approval, he has to be recommended by this committee to go to the plenary for approval. But if you listen to him, he's not actually even giving that credit to the committee. He's just saying, when I'll do this, I'll do that, when you haven't been approved yet.
Honorable Ranking Member, you said the question asked should be treated as a supplementary. And I said it should be a substantive question. I recall, and we all heard the questioner talking about post-harvest losses. Now the nominee is proceeding to answer questions from the post-harvest losses. And you are coming in to say he's not answering the question. The questioner is here and can attest to the fact that his question mainly is on post-harvest losses. That is why I have decided to take it as a substantive question rather than being a supplementary question. So once he is talking about post-harvest losses, and post-harvest losses is part of the question asked. I think the nominee has the right to speak about the post-harvest losses. Any further question?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, is it done with the response? So, very well. So, we have witchcraft-related issues up north. Several camps have been set up to that effect. Some of the actions and inactions of these camps largely violate human rights. What steps are you taking to ensure that either they are well taken care of or closed, against the backdrop that you are going to be the chairman of RECSEC? Thank you very much.
Well, is your intervention on the question asked?
Yes, exactly.
Well, I'll give you the floor.
Absolutely. So I note that the question was talking about up north. I'm sure my learned friend and classmate knows that up north is not just one small basket. So if you are specific about the region he's going to preside over. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alhaji Muhammad Shaibu. I mean, in the northern region.
Because the interjection, Chairman, he's not here for Savannah region nominee or any other thing. So
Honorable people, you don't have the floor.
but he's not here for 5 northern region. Is he here for 5 northern?
Honorable nominee, proceed to answer the question, having in mind you are here as a minister designate for Northern Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed to answer the question, I just want to, Mr. Chairman, before I proceed to answer the question, I just want the committee here to know that I have that full respect for everybody on this committee. And so, previously, as I was answering my questions, I had made it on 2 or 3 occasions that if I'm given the nod by this noble house, I've stated this not less than twice or thrice. So, Mr. Chairman, that is what I want to put on record before I proceed to answer that question. Mr. Chairman, coming to the substantive question, it is very true that some areas in the northern region have these witchcraft issues still going on. They have opened centers at various places. At least I know of Ngani area. I know of Ngani, that is the Yendi district. I also know of Kuku in the Nanumba North district, that's Bimbila area. And I've heard of some also in other regions, but I'm more concerned about my region. Mr. Chairman, most of our very old, the aged, are often accused of witchcrafts. Mr. Chairman, sometimes when I see through social media or on telly what some of them go through, Mr. Chairman, it is something that I feel so much. Because I can imagine if my mother or my father had to go through that. I can't take it. Mr. Chairman, I will do everything possible with the traditional rulers. Because these things, if I am given the opportunity by this House to become a regional minister, Mr. Chairman, I cannot say that I can handle this issue myself or alone or with my district chief executives. Mr. Chairman, we need the intervention of the traditional rulers to help us to see which angle we should take. And if possible, either to reintegrate most of them back to their families, or we find a way of keeping them from this bondage. Mr. Chairman, it is something that I feel very bad when I see what some of these old people go through.
Well, I recognize the acting ranking.
Chairman, let me speak the local language to our nominee, and I think I'm fortified by Order 63.1. I will interpret for Hansat. Chairman, I to ama chekara nung jia te zabor na to swang ama yar pam yen chama kati buhara buhashanga. So ka tumi ni regional chairman nyama ko chekara ko nung jia jia za uma ka katazana ka yisi. So chairman, what I'm trying to tell him, it's not for the Hansat. So let me just leave it that way, and then we'll.
You said you have a supplementary question. Please do.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask the honorable nominee, is he going to close down the witchcraft camps? Is he going to close them? Yes, no. And if he closes them, what is he going to do with the people who were originally in them? Basically.
But before you come in, honorable member, with all due respect, does he have the authority to close it now? Because these are matters of law. You see, so no. So with all, I am aware that last Parliament, even the President of the Republic of Ghana couldn't just get up to say, I am closing it down. And we need to use a legal regime to do that. Therefore, a bill was introduced in Parliament, passed by this House, never got assented to. Here lies a nominee before us as a regional minister, and he's being asked whether he will close. If the legal regime is not there, and the nominee said, yes, I am going to close it down, then they hold him responsible. So with all due respect, honorable member, if you have another supplementary question, I'll give you the opportunity. But if not, I'll give the floor to another person.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the education on this. Chairman, I also feel that, with due deference to you, some of these questions are also to test the capacity of whoever respectfully is sitting in. I see nothing wrong if the nominee says that there is the need for us to consider a legal regime. And that should be part of his answer. And honestly, I do not see anything wrong with that, Mr. Chair, although I take a cue. Thank you.
Honorable Jerry, in this House, if a ruling is delivered, we have a way of challenging the ruling. If you ask the nominee what he is going to do, I would have allowed the question. But your question is he going to close it down or not? That is where I intervene. So, please, let's proceed. I'll give the floor to Alhaji Alasan Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, my brother and Chairman and Minister to be, inshallah. Once again, congratulations. My question is in relation to what the predecessors asked. And that is about post-harvest losses. I believe somewhere 4 years ago, the government of Nana Akufo-Addo attempted to put one warehouse per constituency. And I come from Zamso. There's nothing like that. So you do not even have the moral right to ask a government that is just about 14 days in power Mr. Minister nominee.
Chairman, I think you should be listening to our colleague. Are you asking a question, or what is the question?
I'm laying foundation.
Alaji Omar, with all due respect, proceed to ask the question without questioning whether somebody has a moral right or not.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm guided. Mr. Nominee, you are the first chairman to be nominated as the regional minister. First regional chairman of the great Akatamanso party. Mr. Chairman, and I know your capacity. I know how much we campaign through the entire region. You know the problems. You know the issues. What will you do to address the road challenges, the schools under trees, the water issues, and above all, you know, we need to have peace in the area. Thank you so much.
Please, go ahead and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's very true that I'm the first regional chairman to be appointed as a regional minister from my region. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign, we saw in most of the areas where schools were still under trees. We saw in most of the areas where there was no potable water for the people. We saw in most of the areas the deplorable roads that they were using. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign, wherever I went, I made a certain promise to the people. And most of the promises that I made have to do with lack of health facilities that I promised them. Maybe we'll put up chief zones. Lack of potable water that I promised them will give you at least one borehole to start with if we're in government. The road network, which I personally used to get to the community, nobody will have to tell me again that the road has to be improved. Mr. Chairman, I will ensure if this honorable, let me repeat, if this honorable house, my brother, Mr. Chairman, if this honorable house makes me the regional minister, because without them I cannot become a regional minister. So if this honorable house approves of my nomination, most of these promises that I did, including the promises that the candidates themselves gave the people as a regional minister, Mr. Chairman, my region knows very well that I was not an armchair regional chairman. I moved around the entire region. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I moved around the entire region. And I heard the candidates then, most of who have become members of parliament, the promises they made. I will ensure that these promises are fulfilled. I don't want it to be like a sloganeering when they go around telling the people, we will do this, we will do that, 4 years to come, the people will now be asking us questions. Because these are basic things that they are necessities. They are necessities. If the villagers need road, it's a necessity. If they need a chip zone, it's a necessity. If they need a clinic, it's a necessity. If they need a school, it's a necessity. Mr. Chairman, if this August House approves of my nomination, we shall...
Honorable nominee, thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Buama. Then, if you have a further question, I'll come to you. Or you don't have a further question? No further question. Then, Patrick Buama, hold it. He wants to make a preliminary comment.
I have follow-up to this question. I have follow-up from his question. He indicated that you are the first regional chairman of the NDC to be nominated as the regional minister. My question is that, is it the case that you have been nominated the Northern Regional Minister because you are the regional chairman of the NDC? Is it the case?
Mr. Chairman, it has never been the criteria, and for that matter, it's difficult for me to know whether because I was a regional chairman or not, but I think it's no.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I got the question clear. The question is not that because you are a regional chairman, that is why you are made the regional minister designate. That is different from the question asked. The question asked was to the effect that you've been a regional chairman. He has campaigned with you all over the region. I mean, that is the angle from which he took the question from. But it's not categorical that because you are a regional chairman, that is why you are being designated. I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yabuama.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just have one question for the nominee. Mr. Nominee, the northern region is a very important region in this country. You have the Dagombes, the Nanumbes, you have the Basaris, the Nauris, the Chumrus, Konkombes, very important and very cosmopolitan. We all have at the back of our minds the conflict of 1994 and some of the simmering tensions between some of the ethnic groups. Konkombes, Dagombes, Nanumbes, here and there. We all love the North. We come there very often. I have a farm there. I always want to come there and visit my farm around Bushegu area or go towards Salaga, Kwalibile area. That's another region I know. What assurance are you going to give to the people of the North and the country that you are going to be a regional minister, not for the Konkombes only, not for the Dagombes only, but you will ensure that there is peace and harmony in the region to allow everybody, the Akans in the North, Gans the Evers, to live and go about their duties and responsibilities freely as citizens of this country. That's my only question for you. Thank you very much. And I wish you the very best, Minister.
Please, go ahead and answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the assurance that I want to give this noble house is that I'm going to work closely with the traditional authorities. I will ensure that every district, and for that matter, the district chief executive, should not hesitate to report to the regional minister's office, or for that matter, RCC, when there is the slightest problem, when there is the slightest problem in their district that has to do with security, the chairman, I will visit the paramount chiefs regularly to ensure that we have periodic meetings. Instead of waiting to be resolving conflicts, we rather meet regularly to take decisions that will not even that will avoid conflicts. Mr. Chairman, I'll be interested in conflict prevention rather than trying to resolve conflicts. I'll give it the deserving attention, and I'll work closely with the traditional authority. And Mr. Chairman, my background, I was born and bred in Bimbila in the Nanumba South. Sorry, Nanumba North. I lived there. I attended my primary and middle school education there. A lot of the people know me very well. Most of them are now respectable people in their area. Mr. Chairman, I've also, from Bimbila, among the Nanumbas, I moved to Saboba. That is my hometown. Mr. Chairman, from there, I'm now in Tamale. So I've lived among the Nanumbas, the major tribe. I've lived among my people. I've lived among the Dagombes. And so I understand them very, very well. And I'll do everything possible with the able counseling of the traditional rulers to ensure that we never see any conflict under my regime.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any further question? Very well.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable members, I will give the floor to Rita Na Odolesoa.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to congratulate the Honourable nominee for catching the President's eye and sitting here for vetting. Honourable nominee, I want to talk about the apprenticeship program. I want to talk about the apprenticeship program that you have spoken of extensively to be able to keep our brothers and sisters in your region to ensure that they don't migrate to Accra. And I want to encourage you that there should be proper monitoring of this apprenticeship program so that at the end of the day, when they are trained and that they are given the necessary tools to work with, they will not leave the tools behind and run back to Accra. And I also want to find out what measures will you put in place to ensure that when they are trained, their training masters will train them properly so that they'll be able to work with whatever skills they have acquired. Thank you.
Thank you. Your answer to the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, in order to let the masters themselves attach importance to the training of the apprentices, they need to be motivated. The masters themselves need to be motivated. And Mr. Chairman, this program, if it is started, and I am a regional, sorry, I wanted to say regional chairman. Sorry, sir, sorry, Mr. Chairman. And this August House approves of my nomination and I become the regional minister. Mr. Chairman, I'm a technical man. I've taught in a technical school for 17 years and I've benefited a lot. Myself and my MP, the minister designate for transport, through our technical background, we were able to pay our own school fees without going to our parents. We were able to do any other thing that we wanted to do by ourselves. My former MP and former minister is here, Honorable Ambassador Mabungba. we put up his house for him in Saboba. Mr. Chairman, the jobs are there, and we will ensure that when we assure the apprentices of ready jobs for them if they get good training, and we motivate the master trainers so that they can put in their best and train the trainees very well for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Matiuni Nam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To it, I'm just congratulating him. That one is meant for the House. Just congratulations, Chairman, and then a nominee at the same time. I have just two questions. There is always a Cold War between MPs and DCs. Indirectly, it affects progress in our constituencies. It doesn't matter the party, either MPP or NDC. How do you intend to tackle that? Thank you.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, having become a district chief executive before for 8 years, under my regime as a DC, I never created any problem between myself and then the member of parliament. So in short, I just want to give you that firm assurance that if this House gives me their consent or approval on President's nomination for me to become a regional minister, if this was happening, it will become a thing of the past. I will ensure, because sitting on an MP's fund means you are depriving some people from benefiting what they are supposed to get. Perhaps the MP wants to give a community potable water. So, Mr. Chairman,
thank you very much for your answer. Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question. Nominee, what will you want to be remembered for as you leave office one day? What will you want the Northern region to mention as your legacy? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed to answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I cherish peace so much. And so one of the things that I want to be remembered for has to do with peace. Under my regime, if I make the regional minister, under my regime, I don't want to see any conflict throughout my tenure. And I think that based on the foundation I will build, maybe it will be a continued thing even after my regime. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's congratulations. I think I also want to assure you, on behalf of my colleagues from the Northern region, that you can depend on us. We'll be there to support you. God be your helper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now proceed to give the floor to Hajia Patayan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, may I have the opportunity to congratulate you on your nomination as the Northern Regional Minister. I have to go back to Honorable Jerry's question because, you know, the people I'm representing, majority of my constituents are women, and I would want to know more about these kayais, especially those that travel all the way from the north to the south. So the World Bank Open Knowledge Repository puts the rural urban migration rate for Ghana in 2023 as negative 0.305 per 1,000 population. May I know which policies you will put in place to stem these manners, and also those who are already here in the south? Nana Akufo-Addo government has put in place policies and programs to give them dignified living. There is boarding hostels for the Kayais. How many hostels? We have more than enough to take care of the Kayais right now. Thank you, madam. What assurance will you give to the people of the North, especially my constituency Sabulugu, when approved by this committee and eventually the House, that you will not suspend these policies but rather improve upon them to the benefit of the young men and women who find themselves in this situation? Mr. Nominee.
That was a very brilliant.
That's a very, very.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Let me also use this opportunity to congratulate my sister. Mr. Chairman, this issue of Kayaye is something that affects all of us. Mr. Chairman, what I will say is that whatever that the past administration started, even though Mr. Chairman, you have put it to me that the previous administration had put up some hostels to give them dignified living. I want them back home. I want them back home. And so I'll do everything that it takes to make back home attractive, and they will start running back home. Whatever resources that we can put in there to make home attractive, whatever reason for which they came to Accra, they will come back home. That is why.
Thank you very much. You have a follow-up question on Kayai.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, how are you going to ensure that they get back home? How? Tell us. Are you coming to give us money and buses?
Mr. Chairman,
order, let's listen to the answer.
Mr. Chairman, there will be jobs for the youth. And when the jobs come, nobody will tell them that the home is now better than it was. Go home.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I recognize Charles Forson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. I want to know the roadmap for solving the many chieftaincy crisis and inter-tribal clashes within the northern region, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The chieftaincy issues in the northern region, unfortunately, nobody is happy when there are problems anywhere, not only in the northern region. And we at Northerners were ourselves worried. Mr. Chairman, fortunately, the traditional authorities, most of our revered chiefs are here to give me moral support, and they are listening to whatever I am saying. Mr. Chairman, you would have heard me repeatedly talking of liaising with traditional authorities. I will revive or I will ensure that all the dissects at the district level function more effectively, and RESEC will function more effectively, and ensure that we take our security issues very, 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 very serious and deal with, and also ensure that our chiefs, we will have periodic meetings with them. Whatever that are the causes for the chieftaincy problems, they should also relook at it, so that we are not tagged as a region that is always fighting, because there are root causes. So they should relook at it so that we don't have chieftaincy problems again. That is what I can say.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
No, I asked of tribal clashes too.
So is that your second question?
No,
tribal clashes?
No, I asked of chieftaincy crisis and tribal clashes, yes.
Yes, he mentioned dissect and resec, that he will liaise with them in solving those questions.
Specifically,
honorable members, it is not the answer that you want the nominee to give that the nominee will give. So we take his answer for your questions asked. If you have a further question, proceed to ask.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Chairman, Honorable Alasan Uman asked a generic question on water, but water is life. And we all know that in the northern region, it's a big issue. Specifically, I want him to assure, to give a specific roadmap as to how he plans to give every household water in the northern region. Nominee, when approved.
Honorable member, the nominee before you is not even approved as the minister, regional minister for Northern Region. Here we are before his approval. We are asking him to give timeline.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, he's coming for an interview and he's well prepared to answer. I believe that he's well prepared to answer. My good brother, he's my brother. Water is life. I keep saying it. We will approve him, of course.
Honorable member,
have any plans?
Honorable member, approval is a process. This is vetting. After vetting, before we get to approval table, your assumption is that he will be approved. So based on that assumption, you are asking your question. Put yourself in his position that if you are in the process of being vetted to occupy a position, and you are not the sector minister per se, you have to work in collaboration of a minister responsible for water resources who is yet to be vetted, and you are asking him to give timeline. But well, I would pose a question to the nominee.
Thank you.
Honorable nominee, your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I would say is that I have not yet been given the nod yet. And so if I am given the nod, I will work closely with the minister responsible for water resources so that I can get a fair share to my region. Thank you very much.
I'll give the floor to Deputy Whip and the ranking member.
Congratulations. NDC Regional Chairman, congratulations. That is awesome. Chairman, my first question. Have you ever said that the MPP government found of cutting short for projects without funding? Have you ever said that anyway?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
So can you give us examples of some of the projects that you think that the MPP government cut short for without funding?
Mr. Chairman, the Yendi water project, the sword was cut. And as I talk to you, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, nothing is happening. Mr. Chairman, the Savulgo Walwale Road. Mr. Chairman, Kwalugu Dam. Mr. Chairman, let me leave it here. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. Question. Chairman, I want to put it to the nominee that what the answer you've just provided is inaccurate. The Yendi water project was approved by Parliament. It came to Parliament and we approved it. And then Ataisa and Nanton, you are new in this house. When it was approved, you were not members of Parliament. So please allow me to make my point. The Yendi water project is an Indian Exim Bank facility, of which I can tell you that $10 million was given to the contractor. So, Chairman, when you say that there are projects that sort was cut for without funding, I disagree with you. I've read the article and I think that it is not accurate. No, he said there was no funding. That's what he said.
The Chairman, I didn't say there was no funding. All I said is that work was not done. Thank you very much.
Chairman, my initial question to you was that have you ever said anywhere that the MPP government cut short for a project without funding? And you said yes. Because I have an article attributed to you here from Joy. And then the article is to the effect. So that's why I wanted to establish, because you know nowadays Joy is a very credible media house. So I want. So when they attribute such a story to you, I need to establish whether you have said that before I will then come into that. So he said that the heading is that MPP has penchant for cutting short for project without funds. Northern Regional Chairman, NDC. And it is reported by Joy on the 21st of August 2024. So did you say so or otherwise?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm yet to know whether that fund is really there. Because cutting sword means you are ready to start the project. And so if you cut sword without the commencement of the project, and Mr. Chairman, I'm still told that funds were ready. It's possible the funds might have been diverted or used for something else. I'm sorry to say that. Otherwise, if it is there and you have cut short for each project, why has the project not commenced for 2 years now?
Chairman, I think you should direct your nominee to withdraw the word funding being diverted. So for that matter,
perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I said perhaps.
Honourable members, order.
Evidence to that.
Honourable members, order. I have listened to the nominee. I intend not to give any direction, but I will give the floor to Honourable Patrick Boama.
Chairman, nominee, let's be honest with ourselves. The Yendi water project, I supervised the process in Parliament. Okay. Parliament approved of the facility. Preliminary works were done for the works to start. We hit a snag because of the debt exchange program and the restructuring going on. So the Indian facility was approved. Number one. Secondly, the 10 million that was needed for those preliminary works were given, was released. Sword cutting, because of the funding being approved by the Indian Exim and the Parliament of Ghana, the president cut a sword. And I believe Yana was, the revered chief Yana, was even at the sword cutting ceremony. We all know how dear the project is to the people of Dagbon and Yendi. So if it's not been fully completed, it doesn't mean you don't start a project when you haven't done the prelims. You have to understand. You have to go through no understanding of project being done is when everything has been fixed. No. You have to do the feasibility and the pre-feasibility and everything. It's part of it. You have to understand it. It's an engineering work.
Honorable Patrick Woman. Honorable members, we cannot dictate to the nominee the kind of answer to give. If I am sitting in his shoe, what is the starting of a project? You can do all the preliminary works, but if on the ground I have not seen anything being done, I will say that the project have not started. That is the ordinary meaning people give to starting of a project.
This is not, Chairman, this is not ordinary meaning. This is a technical meaning to job. And you give technical meanings to technical words. You can't say that.
So, Honorable Habib, proceed with your question.
Chairman, I think you are now doing politics. A lawyer, as I know, it doesn't mean when you meet a lawyer with your case, drafting of your statement and other things without filing the necessary document in the courts. It doesn't mean that the case hasn't started. So, Chairman, my other question to the nominee. Can you assure the good people of Northern Region that we will be safe in your hands, irrespective of your political affiliation, religious or chieftaincy? Can you assure us if we will be safe in your hands?
Mr. Chairman, you are very safe than ever, if you give me the nod.
Thank you. So proceed if you have.
The chairman of the committee, you know, he wants to protect you at all costs, nominee. But we will also have our say. Chairman, immediately the former flag bearer, our former vice president, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, conceded to our current president, John Dramani Mahama. We realize that in the Northern Region, there have been a lot of disturbances, attacking the Tamale Metro Assembly, attacking Savulugu, some other districts by alleged party affiliates. Chairman, what is your view on post-election violence, especially in the Northern Region, that it happened and you are going to head when giving the nod?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this issue is not done by just one political party, and for that matter, NDC has won election. Most of these things, you see a lot of people from diverse political parties, you know, trying to do some of these things. Mr. Chairman, like I stated, security is one of the key areas that I will look at. And so most of these things will become a thing of the past. That is the assurance I can give you. It won't happen.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes. Mr. Nominee, my next question is the one we were more or less trying to debate about. Water crisis in the Northern Region. The Yendi area, Tamale and its environment, extending to my my constituency, Tolong. I can see the paramount chief of the Nyankpala traditional area seated among your invited guests. His traditional area, a lot of water crisis. What will you do to help solve the water problem in the northern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency, the President of our Republic, John Dramani Mahama, made it very public not once, not twice, that if he becomes the president of our republic, he was going to solve the Tamale water problem. And this is somebody, when he says something, he does it. And so I have that firm belief that once he has won and he's our president, the Tamale water problem will be solved. And when that is solved, it will not end there. We'll see how we can get it to other constituencies. I will do this lobbying through the minister in charge of water so that this can be done for us. It was a promise to us.
Thank you.
To be done.
Any further question?
Yes, Chairman, in the Mr. Nominee, if you are aware, in the Eastern Corridor, there are some underneath tension from Myong, Yendi, Saboba, where you came from, Karaga, Bushegu area. And over the years, we've lived peacefully between Dagombes and Konkombes. Myself, I have a lot of Konkomba friends, and some of them even staying with me. Chairman, you are a Konkomba. And the underneath tension, we've lived in peace and harmony in the region. What will you do to ensure that nothing of that sort shows its ugly head?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I thought I had earlier on answered this question. And I want to repeat again before Mr. Chairman that I will give security issues the attention that it deserves. When I hear the slightest issue, I will not underestimate it. Mr. Chairman, the traditional authorities, I will work closely with them. That is why I'm seated here with representatives of Ndayana. We have representatives of the Bemblana. The Uchabobor himself is personally here, and many other chiefs in the northern region. Many other revered chiefs in the northern region are here with me today. Mr. Chairman, I will not abuse what they have done for me in the past and the respect and honor they have given to me. I will work closely with them, and we shall treat security, we will give security issues the deserving attention as much as possible. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yes. Mr. Nominee, you are currently, if you go through your CV, you are the regional chairman of the NDC, and you've been nominated to be the regional minister. Regional minister means you are minister for all, irrespective of political colors. Do you intend to resign as the NDC regional chairman so that you can concentrate as the northern regional minister and minister for all?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Order, honorable members.
You even have party secretary serving on boards. Today is a national board.
Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order.
So you're my nephew, you're not a member of...
Honorable members, Honorable Soini, let's have some order. Honorable Nikwe, let's have some order. Order.
The party constitution will take care of that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman, I will give the region the deserving attention. I will focus in doing my work as a regional minister if I'm given the nod. Mr. Chairman, as to whether I will resign or not, the directive will be given. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, I think my nephew Soini you should be guided. You are not a member of this committee.
Address the chair.
So, Chair, kindly guide my nephew Soini. He's not a member of this committee.
Mr. Chairman, Habib is my younger brother, and it has to go on record. He's not my uncle. He's my younger brother. Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have 4 other nominees to vet. So therefore, I am not happy about what is happening at the table. If you want to be a friend to this committee and you won't come here and watch and listen to the proceedings in silence, please take leave of us.
Thank you, Chairman, for that. Mr. Nominee, the region that you are going to be heading, that's the northern region. Majority of the people are farmers. In my constituency, Tolong, especially the Tolona traditional area, from Tolong through to Tali up to Go, we have a lot of land for farming. What would you do to enhance agriculture in the northern region?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have indicated earlier that in the manifestos of the NDC, we shall be providing mechanization centers at all districts. And for that matter, Tolong will benefit its fair share. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy you have that interest for our youth. Mr. Chairman, if these mechanization centers are put in place, and I am given the nod by this noble house, I will work closely with you to ensure that the youth in other areas across the region make good use of that program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nominee, even though you said the NDC manifesto, I don't believe in the NDC manifesto in a way, or your policies. So,
Honorable Nindam, the answer to the question is not telling you to believe in the manifesto or not to believe. Honorable Habib, the answer is not telling you to believe in the manifesto or not to believe in the manifesto. He is saying that in the NDC manifesto, this is what is stated in the manifesto. So giving the nod, he will ensure.
Chairman, if I ask the nominee a question and he's answering me from a manifesto that I don't believe in, I should be able to say that. But Chairman, let me assure you that Northern Caucasus, the region that you are going to be heading, you have our full support. We will be there to support you. You know, out of the 18 constituencies, when I say this, some of my colleagues don't want to hear it. I am the only leader from the north as it stands now. There's no more any leader anywhere. So I will assist you. Ayerga haven't arrived yet. Nobody have mentioned his name yet. I am the only leader from the northern region at the moment. We will Ayarga is from Upper East. Mahama Ayarga is from Upper East region. I'm from Northern region, and I'm the only leader from the Northern region. And I am saying that myself and my colleagues, Chama, will give you the needed support and the needed cooperation to make sure that you lead us very well in the Northern region. So I congratulate you, and I hope that I'll urge my colleagues in the committee to approve your nomination for you to be able to do a good job for us in the Northern region. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I also congratulate you on the new leadership role you have assumed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Muhammad Shaibu. Our next nominee should be getting ready to take the chair.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations. I note that you've answered a wide range of questions, spanning from chieftaincy, tribal, development, and the rest. I note also that in an answer to my learned friend, Jerry, you said you will whip DCs in line and in order. A chunk of the stuff that will be done will be district-based. Indeed, if you watch and you take a look at the manifesto of the NDC, there's a great deal of stuff to be done in the education sector, in the health sector, and agriculture. Your success will be pinned on the work that will be done at the local level, that's at the district, and that is the DCs and the assembly. I just want to encourage you that work very well at the local level. A lot of stuff in education, a lot of stuff to be done at the health services, and then importantly, agriculture. You know, a chunk of our people are into agriculture, and you must work effectively with the programs that are going to be rolled out. You have a wealth of experience behind you. I can see the former regional minister, Honorable Mabengba and Yapka Soluna. Please consult all of them, and you will be successful. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
What's it at the back?
Nominee, it's now my turn to ask you questions. And by our rules, I have unlimited questions to ask you. Before doing that, let me recognize our revered chiefs behind you as our guests this morning. Paramount Chief of Nantong, Na Abdullah Bawa Mahamadou. Paramount Chief of Kasul Yili, Na Bukari Yakubu. Please, my every dialect, don't blame me too much. Paramount Chief of Tugu, Na Mahama Andani. Paramount Chief of Zangbalan, Na Jacob Mahama. Paramount Chief of Nyangpala, Na Ibrahim Mahama. Paramount Chief of Lamashegu, Na Ziblin. Paramount Chief of Saboba, Uchabobo Bowan Matthew John. Cheche Na Abarika Husseini. Bimbila Regent Representative Yabori Na. Tugu Yapalsi Na. Abdul Amin Ibrahim. Sakweya Na. Sintaru Mahama, former Northern Regional Minister. Ambassador Bukari Moses Mabengba, Director General NLA Mohammed Abdul Salam, Northern Region Organizer Abdallah Abubakar Baba, Spouse of Nominee Ali Patience Nikukiba Wasa, Regional Coordinating Director Smaila Ewuntoma, CEO Rural Water Dr. Nathaniel Adams, former Deputy Chief of Staff Kenneth Ujangi, Northern Regional Communication Officer Mohammed Suleimana, Special Duties Director Northern Region Ibrahim Mohammed Tijani, MP of Saboba Bukari Nikwe, Northern Region Women Organizer John Mahama Charity, former MP Bushegu Thomas Nasa, Constituency Chairman Saboba Blimo George Wumbe, Regional and Constituency Executives, family members, you are welcome.
Chairman, except that they forget to add the name of the regional secretary, the National Lottery Board.
It's been mentioned. You are not in the room.
Authority CEO.
I have mentioned it. That is the NLA.
Chairman,
thank you very much. Please. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Nominee, I thank you for attending upon the committee and answering questions posed to you. For now, you are discharged, but you hear from the committee.
The Chairman, thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Well, just gone by is the vetting of Ali Adolf John. He's the nominee for... He's just been vetted by the Appointments Committee. The Northern Region. He's been answering questions pertaining to his region, questions on unity, questions on rural-urban migration, questions on poverty alleviation, and questions about the general well-being of the people in his region. He's also been asked about whether or not he will give up the role of regional chairman of the NDC as he takes up a more national role as the regional minister. And he says there is a reason everybody from different sides of the divide are there with him, because he intends to be a person for everyone in the region. So there you have it. We are looking forward to, according to the chairperson of the committee, we are looking forward to seeing 4 more candidates. Originally on the schedule, there were only 4. And if the regional minister designate has been vetted, you'd think that we would have 3 more. But the committee's chair says there are 4 more candidates to be vetted today. Sounds like it's going to be a rather long day for the committee today. So who else are we expecting today? From the Oti region, John Kwejo Japon, the minister designate for that region. The Volta region, the Minister Designate James Gunu, and Rita Akosia Awate, Minister Designate for the Eastern Region. We're expecting to see these three. Who the fourth person is unclear at the moment. When we do have the information, we will share with you. But just gone by is the Northern Regional Minister Designate, Ali Adolf G. John. He's also regional chairperson of the NDC in that region. But just before we go back to the floor for some sound from there, let's find out what else he's been talking about today. I'll take you over it. It's been a very long, long day for him, or long morning, so to speak. He began talking about his teaching appointments. He said he was given an appointment as a teacher after his national service on the subject of kayayes in the South. He acknowledges that the problem did not start today. He also has his brothers and sisters in thought who have come to Accra to find menial jobs, and says that when jobs are provided in his region, automatically that rural-urban migration to Accra or to the South to find menial jobs will cease. He talks about initiating apprenticeships or trainings for young people in the region. He explains also that some of these people come to Accra with a target to buy sewing machines or hair salon tools and later end up doing something else when they get here. It would appear what you see on your screen at the moment was what should have been the entrance of the next candidate. But what I see also is his supporters are already there, and there he is. He's taken a seat. John Kwejo Japon, Minister Designate for the OT region. And you can understand why he's having a conversation with Buem constituency MP, if I'm correct, Kofi Adams. He himself will be facing the appointments committee along the line. But John Kwejo Japon, Minister Designate OT region, has taken a seat, which means that we'll be hearing from him. He will take the oath. He will be sworn in before the committee, take questions from the committee, and hopefully after about 2 hours or a few hours, the next candidate will come. But there he is, John Kwejo Japon, Minister Designate OT region. Let's take you there live now.
I administer the oath to the nominee.
I, John Kwejo Japon,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
The evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing by the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, I'll give the floor to the nominee to tell us about himself just in 2 minutes, briefly.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My name is John Kwejo Japon. I was born on the 22nd December 1950 in KJB, where I come from. I did my basic education in KJB Primary Middle School. I did my O-level education at KJB Secondary School. I went to Pando to do my A-level education. I graduated at Cape Coast University with a degree in Bachelor's of Science and Education. I did my national service at KJB Secondary School. I taught at KJB Secondary School, and I taught again at Mauli Secondary School. In 1991, I had the privilege to represent farmers in Volta region at the Consultative Assembly. In 1993 to 2001, I had the privilege to represent my constituency at Parliament as a member of Parliament for the Akan constituency. Again, I had the opportunity to represent my constituency in 2005 to 2009. I am a married man with 10 kids. I am also a farmer and a businessman, a politician and a still politician. As I speak to you, I am the regional chairman for NDC in Uti region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But let me say, before becoming the regional chairman for OT, he was the regional chairman for the Volta region. And under him, I became a member of parliament. So we normally say, Kujonie. Thank you very much. He's been my chairman. We will now commence questions. I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaobwama. He said he has a question.
Just one question. Just one for the big man. I know him. And let me congratulate you. The only seat that we used to have in OT, you took it away. Krachi East. And you also took the seat from my friend. That was Jato Yao. Then top in town came Gidisu, and you took it away from him, from NDC, and you've given it to another person. Anyway, Chairman, a very experienced politician, but today you're in our hands. And Lenin Tosso is saying, oh, go slow on Chairman. Chairman, congratulations, you've done well. What is the role of a regional minister? And what are some of the challenges you envisage in your region, OT, a newly created region by the MPP government? And I want to find out from you your role and the challenges and what you are going to be doing to resolve some of them. That's my question for you, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, the role of the regional minister, the role of the regional minister is a brief one. In the first place, the regional minister represents the president in the region. Then the regional minister is also responsible for coordinating and direction of the administrative machinery in the region. The regional minister, because I am going to represent the regional minister, I have the duty, a role. I'm going to represent the president, yes, because I'm going to represent the president. I have a role to supervise the performance of the district chief executive. I again have a role to supervise, to coordinate and evaluate the performance of the regional, of the chief executives in the region. It is also my duty to submit to the President a periodic report about the performance of the district chief executives within the region. It is also the responsibility of the district chief executives to brief me on taxes, bills and licenses they are imposing in the district assembly. And again, to also report to me for further report to the President the programs and projects that the assemblies want to undertake in their district assemblies, because it should be in line with the national directives.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'm satisfied. And Chairman, but you said you have 10 children. 10 children.
Yes.
That's the one on record or... thank you.
I have...
Honourable members, order. I don't know whether Patrick Buoma is aware of any other which is not on record. But Honourable Chairman, he is satisfied with the question. So that being his only question, I will give the floor to Charles Forson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oti, a farming region, I must say, yam, cassava, ginger, even cocoa. Honorable nominee, when approved, how do you intend to empower the youth within the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like he has truly said, Oti is endowed with a very good land mass. We do cocoa, we do ginger, whatever it is. But unfortunately, we don't have any industry that produces or processes this produce in the region. When I get the nod, I am going to consult, try to talk to stakeholders who will come to establish processing factories in cocoa, in ginger production, in cassava production and yam in the region. I am very confident with this. It will boost up the economy of the region and will give employment to the youth of the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Last one from his friend, his classmate from KJB DA.
Very well.
Honorable nominee, your school, KJB DA, they are calling on you. I believe you've seen the state of KJB DA school. Your classmate sent me a picture of it and a video. After I'll show you the person. I've shown it to the Honorable Minister Kofi Adams, yes. The KJB DA school. The school needs help. You know, no, it's a total rundown school. I believe you know the school I'm talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended KJB LA, you know.
Yes, KJB LA. KJB LA. Yes, KJB LA.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I know. If I have the opportunity to be the regional minister, and there's a school that has been run down, a school that I have attended is run down, I think it would be fair for me to at least do something about it, especially when education is one of my priorities in OT. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm done. Thank you.
So with that,
all the best.
I give the floor to Honorable Wasafa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me take the opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his appointment as a regional minister designate. Honorable nominee, looking at your CV, I see that you have 2 referees. The first referee is the Honorable Johnson Esidu Nketia, the National Chairman of the NDC, and the second referee also the General Secretary of the NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiabikwete. I also see that on page 1 of your CV, you have done some works with other companies. And so, in fact, some of them, you are still with them till date. So I wanted to find out why is it that you can't have one referee from any of your private works rather than having 2 referees only from the political field. It's just a suggestion anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since it's a suggestion, I think that for me, the best referees that I can put there is those that are put there. These 2 people who are my referees were supposed to be even my colleagues. General Chairman of NDC was my colleague in Parliament House. As a founding member of my political party, I've been working in hand with him throughout my political life. He knows me best. The General Secretary Fifi worked under me when I was a regional minister in Volta region. And to be frank with you, he also knows me very well. I think that you will always want people who can talk on behalf of the nominee. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, my second question is in relation to what he himself declared to the committee, that he is a farmer, and for that matter, you have some amount of interest in farming. You being in the private sector as a farmer, and now by the grace of God, if this committee approves of you, can you convince the committee and the people of Ghana, more especially the OT region, as to what you can do differently to uplift the face of agriculture in OT region? Especially because in this 21st century, today if you go to Dubai, they call something cloud feeding, where it can rain even when the climate is not favorable. So what do you want to do differently to be able to make sure that you uplift the agricultural sector in your region so as to create more jobs for the people of OT region?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, like you rightly said, the OT region is endowed with the OT River. And so I'm coming on board with scientific farming, where we are going to do irrigation. We are going to do irrigation for the whole OT region, because luckily OT is bounded on the western side by the Volta Lake, within which we also have the OT region. With these 2 powerful rivers, I don't know why we cannot even irrigate the whole land of OT region. And when we irrigate the land in OT region, I mean, the youth will be motivated to do farming. They will be motivated to stay in the region, because there will be, an enterprise for them to work on, and by doing so, increase the economic fortunes of the region. Secondly, I am also going to bring on board a strategic partner who will come and build an industry for us to process cocoa. When you look at the cocoa is the production. Ghana produces a lot of cocoa. Not also forgetting that OT region also produces some amount of cocoa. There is no cocoa processing company apart from the one we have in Tema. From Tema right down to Oti, there's no other cocoa processing company. There is cocoa in Volta region, there's cocoa in Oti region. So I am going to bring a strategic operator to come and have an industry that can process cocoa to the down level. This will improve a lot of the economy of the region. It will also give a lot of job to the youth. And if they have jobs in the villages, they will not, come to the rural, come to the urban area for anything. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Any further questions?
Yes, please. Just a follow-up question. Have you identified one already? If one strategic operator that you are going to partner with?
Thank you. I know that the president of this country promised that when his party is in power, one thing that he will do for Oti region is to process ginger. To process ginger that is, so much cultivated in Oti region. Ginger is the gold now in Oti because there is a lot of demand from the world, the rest of the world. And with the president himself saying that I am going to bring, a factory or an industry to process ginger, I think that he will be the number one person I will be depending on. Thank you.
Okay, so my last question will be that having been a former, or having been a deputy minister for local government, I have first-hand information as to the challenges and the difficulties that MMDAs have been having in terms of human resource, in terms of financial issues. The capacity of these MMDAs is very crucial in administering services to their people. How do you intend to build the capacity of these MMDAs who are directly responsible to you or who are directly answerable to you to be able to make sure that they can promote local economic development in your region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the first place, the regional minister has no budget. So we will call on our development partners to support the district assemblies to be able to build a capacity of the assemblies. Again, there will be education. We also want to educate the people of Oti region the importance of paying, taxes, fees, and their property rates. Most of the assemblies don't even correct property rates because most of the people don't believe that they should even pay property rate when they are not getting any good services. Good services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate the nominee once more. We hope that you are able to give to your people what they demand of you. And I think that the people of Oti region desires that you be able to support their region and make sure that you can build a very safe community for them. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I call on Matun Ndam. He said he has a question.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee and Chairman. Congratulations. Chairman and nominee at the same time. I have three questions, very brief. You have outlined your vision, and I buy into them. You cannot achieve them when there is no peace. Nkwanta has been a thorn on the flesh of Oti region. How do you intend to go about it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. you have rightly said that I'm a nominee. I have my regional coordinator. I will have my regional coordinating council in place, which I have even now. When I'm given the nod, when I am given the nod, I will consult my regional coordinating council. I will consult the the security coordinating council. Again, consult chiefs and stakeholders in Nkwanta. From there, we'll see how we are going to solve this issue. Conflict is not an event, and solution to the conflict also is not an event. We will dialogue with the stakeholders and the people who matter. But before we do that, we will have to dialogue with them, establish a conflict resolution committee that will be attractive to all the players of the conflict. Thank you.
Any further questions, or you are okay?
No, thank you. I said 3 questions. I've just asked one. Sorry,
please do.
All in one.
Please
all
do.
in Nkwanta.
Please do. Please do.
Thank you very much. Chairman, my next question has to do with the means between your region. That is your regional capital and the other side. The only means is the ferry. There's been enormous pressure. Traveling on that road, is a lot of pressure linking these two places. What are your plans towards that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman. You know, when the last government was in power, there were 2 things that the president promised OT region, and I still believe is very, very relevant. The first one is putting a bridge on the OT River between Dambai and Krachi, which is very relevant today. We're talking about pressure. It is sad to go to Dambai when the pontoon is broken down. You really see the importance of a bridge on the OT River. As for the roads infrastructure, luckily for me, the Minister of Road and Transport also comes from
Thank you very much. Last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, Nkwanta, what's the name? Dambai, OT region, you have a variety of people. It's a cosmopolitan area. Tribes. If I want to name them, I don't think I'll end. How do you intend to lead these people?
Thank you. The diversity of OT is a blessing, but a chance is also a challenge. But what we will do will be frequent, engagement with the people at the district level, town hall committees meeting, town halls meeting, and it's only by dialogue and education, letting them know the importance of peace and unity in OT that will enhance development in the area. And by doing this, I am very sure nobody wants conflict in the area. They will listen to us, and then we have a roadmap to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm done.
I'll give the floor to Jerry Shaibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my observation, 74 years, 10 children.
Official.
74 years, 10 children, 3-term member of parliament, regional chairman OT, regional chairman Volta, constituency chairman. You don't think it's time to hand over to any of your children?
Thank you very much. I'm happy for this question, because if even an 83-age person can be a president of this country, I'm wondering, a 74-age person. And again, you see, there's something you didn't say in my CV. I am a founding member of this political party. So my passion is to see that this party always wins the election. Once I have the strength to help and to cooperate, to advise, to build the capacity of the youth who are party members, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Please remain in silence and watch proceedings.
So yesterday, the Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment was here. And because you talked about developing the capacities of the youth, as Regional Minister, how do you intend to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. You know, the Regional Minister don't have any budget. We can only rely on the district assemblies to do this on our behalf. I will advise all the district assemblies to take building the capacity of the youth as a matter of importance and priority. Thank you.
Okay, that should be my final question. What would you love to see as your legacy before you depart as Regional Minister of OT?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to live as a legacy when OT is well developed, when OT had very good infrastructure in terms of education, very good development, infrastructure in health, very good development on our roads. Then again, what will keep me moving will be the bridge on OT, River, between Dambai and the Karachi. Again, we will encourage public transport, private transportation that will only open up the region, increase connectivity, facilitate trade, and enhance business environment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I wish the nominee well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Rita Odoleso. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to congratulate the nominee, Honorable Japon Kujo. That's the name I know you by. And thank the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to give you the opportunity to serve the OT region. You have served from the Volta region through the OT region. And in these elections, you won all 9 seats for the OT region. Congratulations. And I know as a seasoned politician, the youth are going to learn so much from you as you become the regional minister for the OT region. And like you have rightly said, you will help build the capacity of the youth so that in future they will take over from you and other politicians like us as well. And so I would say congratulations again and wishing you the best of luck. God bless you.
Thank you very much. It's not the turn of Alasan Umar Alaji.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. I'm looking at your resume on page 2, and I see number 21. Very interesting. Leadership positions held. I believe the OT region could not have gotten a better person to lead them than Chairman Japo Kujo. The president had made a better selection, and we believe you will lead the place. Look, member of the Consultative Assembly. I think you are one of the framers of the 1992 Constitution that our opponents refuse to take part.
Honorable Umar, order. Honorable Umar, you are either guided to ask the question or commend the nominee, but nothing else. So please,
Chairman,
do the needful. Please.
Chairman, I stand guided. Thank you. I congratulate you, and I wish you well in your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I will give the floor to Honourable Mahama Shaibu.
Chairman, I'm most grateful. Comrade, congratulations. I know you've answered a wide ethnicity, conflict, and governance, and then general development. Thanks for that. In all of this, peace is the most important of all. There can never be development without peace. Recently, we've had news of your region in a very bad light. With your wealth of experience, I pray and I encourage you to use that to bring everybody on board. Peace is what is critical for development. You have a young region that you need to elevate it to a very high level. And if you put that on board and consult, you will take this region far. I pray that you're able to do so. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's now my turn to ask questions, and I intend not to ask my chairman any question, but to congratulate him on his nomination as the minister designate for OT region. Honorable Minister, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, Kujonie. And I thank you very much for attending upon the committee, providing answers to the questions asked.
Thank you very much.
You will surely hear from the committee.
Thank you very much, sir.
I am to inform you that you are an in-law to some people on the table. I don't want to disclose their names. But because I do not have the list to mention our guests one after the other, may I use the pleasure to welcome all of you from OT region to Parliament of Ghana. You are most welcome. Thank you very much, Chairman. You usually hear from us. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much.
Oti Regional Minister Designate John Kwadwo Japon, 74-year-old, number of offspring have become the sub-interrogation before the Kwadwo says he has 10 children. And when asked whether or not there are others who are not on record, well, it became a matter of laughter. The chairman then interceded as far as that question is concerned. But again, you know, some committee members continued to prod on the number of children and his age, and he had a very interesting answer to a question on his age and retiring. He says if we had an 83-year-old president, then as a 74-year-old man with 10 children, adult children, he could also take office, public office, so to speak. So John Kwadwo Japon, Minister Designate for the Oti region. But to more important things that he spoke about. Again, like the northern region, he's talked about creating jobs in his region. He says he will bring on a strategic partner who will build an industry to process cocoa. Oti region is one of the areas with large cocoa numbers, and he says that he will bring, well, it's not as known as the other places, but yes, it does have some cocoa and other crops. He will bring in strategic partners to build an industry to process cocoa, which will create more jobs for young people in the Oti region and deal with issues of rural and urban migration. He also hopes to make farming in the Oti region more scientific. He thinks that it would help with crop yield in the area. Oti region is also, like I mentioned earlier, not just cocoa, but for other crops as well. One of those will be the root or tuber, as some people would like to call it, ginger. So the root crop ginger. It says that is the gold now, and Oti region will produce those in high quantities. He was also prodded on the issue of conflict in the Oti region. I believe you may have heard us report a number of times on clashes in Nkwanta. It's a long-standing issue in the Oti region. And he says that some solution will be found to the problem in that region. John Kwadwo Japon did not spend so much time before the committee. Like I said before, he appeared to have answered questions to do with his personal life much more than what he will be doing for the region. But the chairman is happy. He's relieved the candidate, the minister designates Oti region, John Kwadwo Japon, to make room for the next candidate. So now we expect 3 more candidates to appear before the committee. James Gunu, who is the minister designate for the Volta region, Mrs. Rita Akosia Awate, who is the minister designate for Eastern region. We've been sniffing around to find out who the 5th candidates for today will be. Because remember, in the conclusion of the minister designate for the northern region, regions vetting, the chairman of the committee had said that there will be 4 more candidates to vet, which brings to a total 5 candidates to be vetted today. And so we are trying to find out who the 5th person today will be. So far, Ali Adolf G. John, Minister Designate Northern Region, John Kwadwo Japon, Minister Designate Oti Region, they have been vetted. It's been concluded. The event started shortly past 10, and it's not 1 p.m. yet. They are finished with 2 candidates. It would appear the process will move faster today. We understand, and if we could show that to our viewers, the next candidate, James Gunu, Minister Designate for the Volta region, is already seated, soon to be sworn in before the committee, so he can answer questions pertaining to his region and his competencies to represent the president in that region. James Gunu, Minister Designate Volta Region. What we're going to do now is take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take you straight to the vetting committee where James Gunu is already seated. So don't go away.
Mami, simple party crown to me here. I don't think I'm saying badging.
Boss, me feature ko yare ya o. Enu so cranty meet me badging me into aso. Enu so ntima hwe mejuma.
Se wuton wi yare a, e na wunya anu eduro. Wati agbevetonic nkan. Eduro tatahwe a esa efeche krom ya o. Obi a nanum ato. Eni koko. Omo wo agbeve fever a esa malaria a edi fever eni hunam ya o eba. Na mum se obenum a ese se wo ye test ehun se wo malaria ansa na wa no.
Herbal mist capsule. Aye dropa o. Ebi na menum. Sa onuma ema woyem gu. Ema free bar. Esa coke eni sisi yare.
Midie agbeve herbal tea na menum. Eyi obefrem so. Omo a wonto nda sa onuma ubetumi ade yi.
Edre nyina enye ma apemfo. Oba a oma akodanufo. Ene akoda a ondi mfedumi. FDA ajeje nkratoyi ati.
Honourable members, let's make progress. I will call on the clerk to administer the oath. Clerk of the committee.
I, James Gunu,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give to this committee.
That the evidence I shall give to this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The nominee designate for Volta region is my regional secretary and a brother. And I'm also from Volta region. He's partly from Akachi and I'm also from Akachi. I think I have to disclose this, and then we proceed to ask questions.
Chairman, in that case, will you recuse yourself, since you say he's a brother, so that we can handle your brother for you?
Thank you very much. I would have wished, but the law, unfortunately,
The rules
do not permit me so to do. I am the first deputy speaker, and by legal imperative, I will have to chair the vetting committee. So I may not ask questions, but I'll give you the floor to ask the questions. So I'll proceed by giving the floor to Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Chair, and then let me join you in congratulating your regional secretary for that nomination. I think it's well deserving, and I hope you will, when you are given the opportunity, you will serve to the glory of God and for the people of the region. But just one question. You are record to have said that the attack on the MP electricator is politically motivated. Do you have any, if you like, evidence to substantiate that particular claim?
Honorable members, fortunately, the MP under reference is sitting at your right side, but I will give the floor to the nominee to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't remember exactly the record the honorable member is referring to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charles Paulson, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you. My good brother secretary, my concern is about the Volta coastal belt, how to protect it. Do you have any plans for that, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that given the nod, the party or the government, I'll work with the sector ministers. I'll collaborate with the sector ministers, to tackle that situation, protecting the coastal belt of the region. So it is my responsibility as the regional minister, if given the nod, to liaise with the Ministry of Works and Water Resources to see how best we can protect the coastal belt of our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead with your question.
Congratulations, nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My question is on tourism. The Volta region is known for having a lot of tourist sites. How do you intend to promote tourism within the Volta region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is true that Volta region has a lot of tourism potentials, taking Blue Waterfalls, taking Vedakpa Crocodile Resort, taking Atafi Mocking Sanctuary, and even the topography of the region itself is a tourist attraction. Fortunately, we have our Honorable Member of Parliament for Ketu South, Honorable Abla Jifar Gomashi, who is going to that ministry. It is my duty as the regional minister to collaborate with her and also collaborate with our roads minister, because many of these tourist sites need to be accessible. So I work with these two ministers to ensure that we enhance tourism potentials or tourism in the Volta region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable President Sapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his appointment as the Regional Minister Designate for the people of Volta region. Before my substantive question, I would want to just make a suggestion. I just had a quick perusal of your CV, and I see that you have 2 referees, with 2 referees, one from the GIJ, the former rector, and the second one from the Institute of Local Government Studies. But my suggestion is that I think that is tried learning to note that depending on the kind of interview that you are attending, you skew your CV to meet that expectation. And so I would have wished that one of the referees should have been your national executives or anybody from your political field. I think that would have helped, especially because of this kind of vetting that you are coming. But my substantive question to you is that when it comes to the management of the local assemblies, it seems that resources that goes to these assemblies are limited, especially because these resources are the only kind of resources that emanate from the government to the local assemblies. I have been a deputy minister for local government before, and I know what internally generated fund could do to assist the local assemblies. The local assemblies are answerable to you directly. What can your office do to make sure that you boost the internally generated fund in the various districts in your region?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chairman. The first one on the referees is well noted. Then on the local assemblies, I see the district assemblies as the shock absorbers for the central government, either politically, economically, or participatory democracy. I have been a district chief executive before, and one of the things that I will encourage the assemblies to do is to build their capacities, especially in the area of planning, budgeting, implementation, and evaluation. If we are able to do that, and we have district chief executives who are, people who take initiative, people who think outside the box, I believe strongly that we'll be able to improve on the internally generated funds in the assemblies by encouraging them to have revenue register in every assembly, so that all the departments or institutions that can be taxed will be taxed appropriately, and then the collection of market tools, property rates, and the rest. Because many of the assemblies do not have the capacity to collect the revenue. That is why some of them even privatize revenue collection. So it is all about capacity building. Thank you very much.
Well, just my last question. My last question to the nominee. My last question. Well, so my last question to you is that I want to create a hypothetical scenario to you. And some of these scenarios are based on reports that we've been receiving at the local government ministry. in the event that a member of parliament complains to you that his MCE or DCE is not releasing the funds that is due the member of parliament for purposes of developmental project, and such an issue come to you as the regional minister, what steps are you going to take in dealing with such an issue, especially when some of these issues emanate from previous political contests where the MCE probably contested for the parliamentary candidate or a member of parliament and they did not win, and so these two people may be having rift. How are you going to deal with such a scenario as a regional minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Definitely, we need to engage the parties, the member of parliament, and the district chief executive. And in the course of the engagement, we will know that we are in the same course, in bringing development to our people. Fortunately, in the Volta region, we don't have such situation, but should it occur, definitely I will engage the two personalities involved, that is the member of parliament and the district chief executive, so that we all come to that understanding that we need to work together to bring development to the people, and it is not about personal interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Jerry Shaibu. And Jerry Shaibu is an old student of Keta Secondary School. So he should bear that in mind in asking the question.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, so I'm more interested in the Volta region. And one of the reasons is just what my honorable chair told you. But my specific question is the recent burning of ties and offices of the NDC office in Old Central, just because His Excellency President Mahama had announced made some ministerial nominations. Well, just to find out, do you know if that is the cause? First of all, was that the reason why people decided to burn ties in the office, the whole central office?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My regional chairman, Honorable Mauto Agbavito, has been to Ho, and I can tell this honorable committee that the issue is under investigation. So, given the nod, I will look at the investigative report and then take the necessary action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, just a follow-up. So, are you here to assure us that the people within the Volta region, under your watch as the regional minister, are going to be safe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is one of my greatest responsibilities as the regional minister, if given the nod, because I'm going to chair the Regional Security Council, and I'm also going to work with other stakeholders, including our traditional authorities, the assembly members, the district chief executives, and the members of parliament, to ensure that we put in place early warning systems so that should these things happen, quickly we tackle them and then move forward, because there can never be any development without peace.
Chairman, this should be my last question. Tidal waves. Anti-Jifa will tell you. In Agaveji, in Jalokope, and some areas in the Volta region. The last time I checked, City FM Channel 1 sponsored some projects. What would be the steps to take to ensure that even if there is, obviously it's not within your remit to stop it, but even if there is, what measures are you going to put in place to ensure the people who are affected have some safe place to stay, good food to eat, are able to go to their schools without issues, and all the social activities can still go on without any form of restrictions? And even if at all, do you have any plans of trying to reduce the effect of tidal waves? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Last time the tidal waves hit the communities, I was there with the members of parliament concerned, and then the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, was there himself. And it is our plan that, given the nod, I, as the regional minister, will surely collaborate with the ministers in charge.
Please accept assurances of our highest esteem. Yours sincerely, Honorable Fifi Piavi Koiti, General Secretary. Signed. So this is the information that we have, and as stated in the letter, they are requesting that we take the necessary steps to formalize these appointments in line with the established practices of the House. And so I will now move to the leaders to let us comply with that procedure.
Mr. Speaker, exactly 2 years ago today, on the 23rd of January 2023, I was tasked to lead the NDC Minority Caucus on the 8th of the 8th Parliament. Kindly permit me to use this occasion to express my gratitude to my colleagues in leadership who served with me to lead our caucus. First, as the Minority Caucus from the 23rd of January 2023 to 6th of January 2025. And second, as the majority MP for Lembele. The Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja, the MP for Adaklo. The Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the MP for Banda. And Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, the MP for the Ada constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm equally grateful to you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your fatherly guidance throughout my tenure as the leader of the NDC caucus. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm profoundly grateful for the opportunity to address this House as its leader for the final time. Today marks the official conclusion of my journey within the leadership ranks of this august House. It has been a remarkable period during which I transitioned from minority leader to majority leader. With this address, I formally take my leave as the leader of the NDC Supermajority Caucus this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, allow me this moment to extend my deepest gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the National Chairman of the NDC, Honorable Johnson Esiedun Katia, the General Secretary of the NDC, the Honorable Fifi Fiavi Koiti, and the entire functional executives of the National Democratic Congress. Leading the NDC Parliamentary Caucus has been an honor of the highest order. Mr. Speaker, the unwavering support and the collaboration of colleagues is a privilege I have never taken for granted. Together, we have risen above our differences, weathered the storm of transition, and forged a formidable and victorious front. Right Honorable Speaker, we celebrate our collective achievement, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to even a brighter future for our country. We held the government to account, inspired public confidence, and upheld the values of transparency, service to our people. Our unity of purpose is what delivered the overwhelming and decisive victory for the NDC in the 2024 election. Mr. Speaker, I am not perfect. Yet throughout my tenure, I endeavored to serve my party and the country with unwavering dedication. I acknowledge that in the line of duty, I may have unintentionally stepped on few toes. To those affected, I humbly seek your forgiveness. Please forgive me. Leadership, I believe, is not about perfection, but about the sincerity of purpose. Our actions must always be guided by good faith and the overarching interest of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, I was entrusted with the responsibility of the minority leader. In this relatively short time, we have collectively achieved a remarkable milestone. Together with my NDC colleagues, we provided constructive alternatives to government policies and safeguarded millions of Ghana citizens in public funds. We championed groundbreaking legislations, including some of the most impactful private members' bills in Ghana's parliamentary history. These efforts significantly shaped national policy and discourse. It is no surprise, therefore, that the people of Ghana recognize our efforts by entrusting us with additional 50 parliamentary seats, transforming the NDC caucus from a minority of 137 to a commanding majority caucus of 137 seats and counting. Mr. Speaker, it was the result of hard work, perseverance, and the unity of the 137 gallant NDC members of Parliament. As I transition from this leadership role to the Ministry of Finance, Right Honourable Speaker, I embrace this path with humility and resolve. I will continue to rely on the support of all colleagues in this House as we work together for the good of our country. Mr. Speaker, as a former leader of this House, I assure you, Right Honourable Speaker, that neither you nor your members nor the staff of Parliament will ever be far away from my thoughts. Mr. Speaker, the institution of Parliament and its concerns will always remain a priority. In my capacity as Minister of Finance, I pledge to work tirelessly for the people of Ghana, ensuring that the needs and aspirations of the people of Ghana remains at the forefront of our agenda. Let us unite the pursuit of these shared goals. Right Honourable Speaker, I must take a moment to recognize my good friend and brother, the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, though we often found ourselves at odds, our mutual respect fostered a working relationship that guided this House throughout some of its most challenging moments. To the dedicated staff of the Parliamentary Service, thank you for the invaluable support you have provided me and my colleagues in leadership. I trust you will extend the same level of commitment to the incoming majority leader and his team. Mr. Speaker, it has become imperative for the majority caucus to effect a change in its leadership. Right Honourable Speaker, I now refer you to Order 6 of our standing orders, which provides that majority leader means a member of Parliament designated by the majority caucus as their leader in this House. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that on the 8th of February, on the 21st of February 2024, during the 8th Parliament, you interpreted what constitutes the designation of leadership in this House. You reminded this House that it is the party that has given you the platform to come to this House. You come on the ticket of the party to appoint your leaders. The party must lead the process, you said, Mr. Speaker. You concluded with a ruling that the party would lead the process to designate or appoint the leaders of the caucus of the House. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, the National Executive Council of the Great NDC, the Majority Caucus, have designated the following honorable members as the new leaders of the Majority Caucus. The Honorable Mahama Ayariga, the MP for Oko Central, as our Majority Leader. The Honorable George Kweku Rekit-Hagan, Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South Constituency, as our Deputy Majority Leader. The Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Echi Dafiamepo, the MP for Saudai, as our Chief Whip. Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, MP for Ada Constituency, our First Deputy Majority Whip. And Honorable Richard Achampon, MP for Bia East Constituency, as our Second Deputy Majority Whip. Mr. Speaker, I extend my best wishes to the incoming Leader of the House, the Honorable Mahama Ayariga, and his team. May they be guided by wisdom and grace as they steer the affairs of this House, oversee the successful conduct of government business. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I profoundly want to express my deepest appreciation to the good people of Ejumakon and Isiam, my constituency, for the opportunity to represent them as their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, I now will permit any member who may want to make a comment on this transition may do so now. Brief comment, because we have other business to transact. Yes, I can see. My attention is being drawn to time constraints, but definitely we will allow one from each side, and then if leaders want to have a say, they will be permitted to do so. So, Doctor, I will by all means permit you. After that, you will come in. After the comments, then you can come in with your decision. Yes, please. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for this prestigious opportunity. I wouldn't want to talk much. Just I want to say that we thank Honorable Dr. Attoforsen, outgoing leader of the majority, for that information or the presentation he made. I think he has illustrated that he's going to do well at the finance ministry and then keep to his promises, because that is extremely important. promises of taking away all the taxes and still rule this country where Ghanaians want it. Mr. Speaker, coming back to the issue, I also like to admonish the incoming leaders of the majority that as much as we experience some sort of minimal illustration of leadership cohesion as we needed as a country from Agon Dr. Atoforsen, they should please review what happened or revise what happened during the 8th Parliament. This is the time that I think Ghana needs cohesion from both sides. This is not the time to abuse and misuse the undue advantage of numbers and change the focus of this country. Mr. Speaker, they have a lot of advantages, unlike the previous seemingly balanced house that saw Ghanaians witnessing a lot of piggly and mambo jumbo. They don't need numbers much, but they need the endowments of those who give them the mandate, being the good people of Ghana. Ghanaians want to see a majority with their leadership that is prioritizing the interests of the good people of this country, championing causes, projects, and programs that will ensure equitability, equality, and that will create the needed balance between political expectations and the developmental expectations that Ghanaians are looking forward to. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I would like to wish them all the best and still continue to monitor whatever they do, because Ghanaians will always mark them. They shouldn't forget. And I would like to quote the present President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, that he said, in our local dialect, he said that Aba edebo techino and one edebo boba, depending on how they behave. I am therefore ending that we are not expecting them to put up any dysfunctional behaviors that will be inimical to the performance and the progress and the forward movement of Ghana. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for you, first of all, recognizing the fact I needed to separate a fight between two individuals whom I would never want to see having any opposed. Mr. Speaker, thanks be to the Almighty Allah for giving us yet another day and for making us realize this day. I am so elated about happenings in the caucus. The outgone leadership and the one before them. They performed so marvelously, so nice, so well. And they presented the best that they could and made sure that all of us as a caucus who were involved in all the activities of the party. This led us to the enormous success that we chopped. We cannot run away from it. They have done so well. Today, we have another set. All I can say is that we behind them are going to hold them to the work, to the duties that they are going to lead as caucus leaders. We are going to ensure that they listen and listen to us. And we will also let them understand that motivation from leadership is very, very important. I know all 4 of them, 5 of them seated here. I've known them at least, I have not seen any one of them I have not known for at least 10 years. So I know how credible they are. I hope and pray that the leadership today is going to emulate exactly what the past leaders did, such that in the coming days, weeks, months, years, we would continue to rise and rise and rise and rise until the people of Ghana have seen that they have, yes, elected those that are worth it, and that we are doing our job as representatives, and that we will achieve our aim to ensure that Ghana moves forward in the right direction, and that setting the Ghana we want is not an issue of only being a leader, but ensuring that you provide that leadership. Mr. Speaker, in the leadership, there is only one woman. And I want to assure that woman that with some of us, we are always ready to support. It's not a matter of being in the leadership chair. It's a matter of doing the leadership job. It's a matter of supporting. It's a matter of ensuring that you support them to make sure that they do the work as expected. For us, we will do it, and I will entreat my colleague women on our side to support and make sure that we achieve our aim. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping and praying that the Almighty Allah protects and guides them so that at the end of the day, we will get what we want, and that anytime, anywhere, they can rely on us to chop success. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I say I wish them the best, and I hope they will be able to also make sure that our brothers and sisters on the other side work with us. It is very important. Whatever we are looking for in this chamber as MPs, notwithstanding the fact that we are the ruling government today, is the same thing that they are looking for, and we should know that if we have their support and we always build consensus, it will go a long way to help us. And to our brothers and sisters on the other side, please, 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 over-politicization will not help. And so I hope that you would continue to help and make us build consensus and stop litigation so that at the end of the day, we give thanks to the Almighty and for our success as Ghanaians in a nutshell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish us all the best.
Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to make a few comments in response to the communication we received from the National Democratic Congress announcing a change in leadership. But first, Mr. Speaker, I welcome you back home after your trip to Côte d'Ivoire on the occasion of the opening of their Legislative Assembly, you continue, Mr. Speaker, to project the good image of this House, and I pray that you continue with strength to deliver on your mandate in this 9th Parliament. Second, my respected colleague, Dr. KCL Ato-Forson and his team, congratulations. You've done what you have to do for your party. Yesterday, I watched you, Dr. Forson, on the TV, together with your Chief Whip, Kwame Govins Abuja, taking the ministerial oath. I wish you well. Indeed, this is a time to serve your country in another capacity, and your party has recognized that, and Mr. President has honored you. It was a great time working with you. In the 8th Parliament, it was a real test for the democracy of our country. I recall the many times that decisions had to be made on this floor, where you had to painfully tell me that your side does not support me. I took it in all its stride, and today democracy has won. Mr. Speaker, the outgoing majority leader, or the former majority leader, Dr. Forson, was right when he stated that in spite of all of these, we kept a good friendship. I recall also his chief whip, situations where Kwame would disagree with me, he would find a way of avoiding an eyeball-to-eyeball contact. He would be looking elsewhere. He will ignore my text messages and my WhatsApp messages, and when he's done with everything, he will tell me, Kwame, I'm sorry, I have to defend the party's interest. My good friend, Emmanuel Amakofibua, we often gave wrong signals to the optics. I think today, our common fights will be over. People don't know how great our friendship is, but you were always getting under my skin. And I know now, as a minister, our political fight will take a different form. This time, you would have to come and defend your government policy. To the incoming team, led by my senior at the bar, my respected colleague, Mahama Ayariga. We served together in ECOWAS Parliament. You were very supportive. You've earned the respect of your colleagues in the sub-region. I know that you build consensus. In fact, Honorable Ayariga, there's something I've learned from you, and I want to share. You don't mind how long it takes to negotiate to bring peace. And that I've learned with a great deal of respect. I believe that even as majority leader, you would not assume that you have the numbers, so you have to railroad matters on this House floor. I pray that you continue with that skill, so that together we ensure the peace of this House by assisting Mr. Speaker. Indeed, many people in this country do not know that over 90% of the issues on this floor are resolved through consensus. Just a few that get into the media is what takes center stage. I pray that we will build consensus during your tenure. But to the backbenchers and all of us in this 9th Parliament, Honorable Ayariga, the majority leader, is a great debater. He loves his procedure. And let me disclose this. The day we had this hint of he becoming the leader of the House, one of my researchers told me that, leader, your new leader is always glued to his law. He loves debate. So get your members to get ready. So I know that you enjoy the rules and you will not allow things to go unattended. But let me quickly remind you, sir, that as a government leader, if you try to introduce more debates, government business will suffer. Honorable Deputy Leader, my respected, quite soberly minded gentleman, we are from the Central Region. We've shared great moments together. I know I gave you some tough times when you were a Deputy Finance Minister, and I was in opposition in the backbench those days, but we still kept good friendship. And Eche, my steady mate, not many people know this. We studied long hours to pass our law exam. Again, I know how passionate you are about the work you do. But again, too many debates will stall government business. Be reminded. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I would want to congratulate the new team one more time and assure them that our side will treat them with respect. We will work together, beautify democracy, assure the nation that although it is NDC and MPP, to borrow from Honorable Kennedy Japan, it's about systems and policies. Richard, who has joined the team, who worked on the finance committee, you know your finance committee matters, and you've now been brought to leadership. It's a signal to us what you expect from the majority to add up to the team on key matters. So we'll prepare to face you on issues of the floor. And my own mother, Honorable Doyo, you add up to the beauty of leadership. Always being a mother for all of us. I know in difficult moments, you came to me and gave me some good counseling. I'm happy that you are still part of the team as the most experienced to support the new team to work and work well for the good of all of us. Welcome once again. Congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker. Without more, I shall end it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The new leaders of the majority, you have heard from your predecessors and also the leadership of the minority and a few members of parliament. What do you now have to tell us?
Right Honorable Speaker, a short while ago, I was formally chosen by my party, the Great National Democratic Congress, and the majority caucus of 187 members to lead the NDC caucus in this ninth Parliament of the Fourth Republic. It is an honor and a privilege to serve in this new role as Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business in this Parliament. With humility and profound gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the leadership of the NDC, chaired by the Honorable Johnson Aseidu Nketia, and my honorable colleagues in Parliament, I wholeheartedly accept this appointment. I am thankful for the confidence reposed in me, fully aware that this is an onerous role. I intend to discharge it to the best of my ability. Our duty as legislators is to ensure that we do all we can for the betterment of the people of Ghana. As leaders of the House, as a leader of the House, I have an abiding duty to ensure that we always stand on the side of Ghanaians. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is my charge to keep and a duty I will faithfully discharge. As leader of the House, I am committed to working hard to ensure that members work in an environment that is more conducive, convenient, and friendly. We are the representatives of the people of Ghana for a reason. Let us always be guided by this, that way we will carve a place for ourselves in the annals of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, may I seize the opportunity to express appreciation to the immediate past leadership of our caucus, made up of Honorable Cecil Atuforsen, the outgoing majority leader, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua, outgoing deputy majority leader. Mr. Speaker, in the case of Honorable Bua, I intend that his seat should be relocated to behind the pillar. Honorable Kwame Governors Abuja, outgoing Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, outgoing First Deputy Majority Whip, and the youngest lady in the chamber, Honorable Comfort Doyo, outgoing Second Deputy Majority Whip, and incoming First Deputy Majority Whip. I also want to thank all the members of our caucus for the unity and oneness of purpose displayed. I'm counting on you to continue to exhibit this same level of support and togetherness, if not more. Mr. Speaker, my main agenda in this House is to pursue the manifesto and program of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, a manifesto and a commitment that has received the overwhelming support and vote of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we will do this by passing good laws that seek to further those commitments, and we will use our various committees and our oversight responsibilities to ensure that the institutions of governance work for the people of Ghana once again. Let me use this opportunity to thank the minority leader and our friends on the other side of the aisle for the cooperation and support we have received so far since the beginning of this night's Parliament. I want to assure them that in spite of their dwindled numbers, I, as my colleague, the minority leader, has already indicated, I believe in accommodation, I believe in consensus building, and I believe in discipline, and I believe in orderliness, and I believe in working together. I look forward to working with you and to ensure that the good people of Ghana are well served by this parliament. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that I will succeed. And the main reason why I will succeed is because your very good self is still in this chamber. When I came into this chamber 20 years ago, you were the leader of my caucus. And I have learned so much from you. You have risen from minority leader to majority leader. You've served in the executive arm of government. You've risen from deputy speaker, and now you are the speaker of the parliament. And you are in this chamber. And so I believe that you cannot afford to see me fail. And that is the reason why I'm very confident that I will succeed. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank colleagues.
Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence at the distinguished visitors gallery, the national chairman and the general secretary of the National Democratic Congress. We have the national chairman, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, and then the general secretary, Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kweti. They are here to ensure that the transition is done and done in accordance with the law. They want to see it fili so that they can go back and report to the party. You are most welcome. And I want to note this for the parties. As you all know, traditionally, how we get inspired when at your workplace, your father or your mother visits you. It's so motivating. And so I want to encourage the leadership of political parties from time to time to follow up here to see what their representatives are doing. And I think I have to commend the national chairman and general secretary of the NDC for always being present. Particularly the national chairman is always present. He comes to see what is being done in this house. I recommend that to the other parties. Honorable members, let it not be said anywhere. I repeat, let it not be said anywhere that the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana did not perform well. Political scientists have adjudged the 8th Parliament as one of the best hung parliaments in the world. I don't know why some people try to use seeming
naming hang, I don't know whether they've ever read the definition of a hung parliament. The hung parliament is a feature of the Westminster system. And it has happened in many countries. In the United Kingdom, it has happened a number of times. In Australia, it has occurred a number of times. In India, it used to happen in the United States of America, and they had to legislate on it. About 90-something% of hung parliaments don't go for their full term of office. And in fact, when it occurred once in Ghana, in 1979, it only lasted for 27 months. People forget all this. And they say that this is the first time Ghana had a hung parliament. No. It happened in 1979 between the People's National, was it PNP, People's National Party, and then the Popular Front Party. It occurred, and it only lasted 27 months. In UK recently, they've had a number of hung parliaments, and they were compelled to change their prime ministers. Ours lasted 4 successful years and delivered a smooth transition of power from a party in opposition to a party in government. That is a record that is being analyzed all over the world, and we are being praised. Unfortunately, Ghanaians are rather condemning it. They don't see the achievements we've made. And it's my duty to draw your attention to it, including the researchers. They can go to read the literature. They can go around many countries to search from their records, and they will see that the 8th Parliament performed very, very well. We should be commended instead of being condemned. Please, the 8th Parliament is also different from the 9th Parliament. And therefore, as our former Member of Parliament, Honorable A.B. Fuseni, will say, when the drum beats change, the dance will also change. And so that's what is expected of the 9th Parliament. The drum beat has changed. It has changed from a hung parliament to supermajority parliament. And I'm happy that the leadership and members have taken note of this, and they are calling for caution that we should not use the multitude in our debates, but we should use reason and the national interest. As the Speaker, I will be very firm, and I will insist that that is done. Ghana has been promised a reset, and the people accepted the reset. The reset must be done. That is it. So please, I thank all of you for the understanding, and I hope we work together in harmony to advance our common interests and improve on the living conditions of the people we represent. Thank you so much. I'm informed that we have some statements. I don't know whether we should take them now, or there are some priorities that leaders want us to take first before we go to statements. We can take the statements now. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I With the leave of the House and your leave, I wish to vary the order of business so that we can lay some reports that are ready so that they can be distributed and then we can take them later.
Yes, minority from bench. Any objection?
Mr. Speaker, save that there was no prior discussion on this matter. We are men to his prayer to the chair.
Honorable members, we may now move on to at the commencement of public business. Item 7, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented: 7A, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3. If they are all ready, please present them now.
Roman 3 is not ready, but 1 and 2 are ready.
Yes, by the chairman of the committee. Sorry, minority leader, yes. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted my respected colleague to bring clarity to exactly what he wants to do. He's talking about the report to be laid, but we don't have them. So I just want to know from him what exactly his prayer is. We've not seen any. We definitely, after they are laid, I'll give the directive for them to be distributed. Then you will see them. But if our attention had been drawn earlier, you could have consulted as leaders. But it's just now that it has arisen. So I commend you for conceding to it, and then let us proceed with that. So please, chairman of the committee, that is the appointments committee, if the reports are ready, Roman A1 and A2, then you can proceed to lay them with a bow.
Okay. Third report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. Fourth report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency's President's nominations for appointment as ministers.
Honorable members, the two reports are laid accordingly, and I direct that copies be made available to all members of Parliament. Which other report is ready for presentation? None. So may we now go back to messages or any other item to be taken? I say messages, statements. That is all. Now, second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. The second Deputy Speaker will preside over the House as you present your statements. leadership, will you be moving the motion for the adoption of the reports? The second Deputy Speaker will take the chair from now.
Just gone by in Parliament is the change in leadership for the majority side. I remember that we had earlier reported that change was imminent. It was on the way, and now it has happened subsequent to following the letter received from the party addressed to the Speaker, by extension Parliament. It was signed by the General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Fiave Kwete, naming new leadership for the majority side. Let's go through those names quickly. Boko Central MP Mahama Ayariga is the new majority leader. Former Deputy Finance Minister Kweku Ricketts-Hagen George is Deputy Majority Leader. It would appear that the Majority Leader is on the floor. We'll take a listen to what he has to say quickly. We'll come back and go through the list of the front bench for the NDC in Parliament.
Very well. 8 first. Very well. Is that the pressure of minority leadership? It is so. Very well. Honorable members, let's turn to page 3. Page 3, item listed 8. Motion by the chairman of the appointment committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the motion numbered 8 at page 3 of today's order paper, that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the third report of the Appointment Committee of His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as ministers, may be now moved today. The Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Yes, the minority whip will second the motion.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. This is procedural motion. I will therefore go ahead to put the question. And the question is, all those in favor of the motion listed 8 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed 8 in today's order paper is adopted. We move to 9, the substantive motion. Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the motion numbered 9 at page 3 of today's order paper, that this Honorable House adopts the third report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present the third report of the Appointment Committee on the subject matter under reference. The Speaker, the report captures the vetting and its consideration of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Honorable Agnes Namomo Latte as Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari as Minister Designate for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. The Speaker, the committee members asked very salient questions on land ownership, line of reporting of the administrator of District Assembly Common Fund, improving the local economy in collaboration with MMDCs, inadequate human resource at the MMDAs, resources to run MMDAs and other agencies under the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. District Rules Improvement Program, otherwise known as DRIP. Questions were asked on that. Questions were on waste management contract, the mandate of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. The Speaker, the nominee, in a very composed manner, provided the answers, and the answers are fully captured in the report. Right Honorable Speaker, on the second nominee, Honorable Agnes Namomo Latte, questions were also asked on the President's vision for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, strategies to improve school feeding program, assistance to the people of Nungua under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, the benefit of the Women Development Bank as contained in the NDC manifesto, the livelihood empowerment against poverty, LEAP, importance of the affirmative action law, the distribution of sanitary pads among female students. Mr. Speaker, the nominee again provided answers to this question, and these answers were captured in the report verbatim. Honorable Speaker, the third nominee under reference is Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari, Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Again, the committee posed so many questions: dwindling revenue mobilization at the ports, revamping defunct state-sponsored agro farms, position on 1D, 1F, her position on 1D, 1F, the trade balance, weak entrepreneurial ecosystem, and many more. Mr. Speaker, her answers to the question is fully captured in the report. The Speaker, I will therefore urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read as I proceed to read the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Article 78(1) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217, the committee considered the nominations by His Excellency the President. The nominee demonstrated competence, knowledge, and expertise on matters relating to their various ministries designated. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus the adoption of its report and approval of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as a Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Agnes Namumo-Late as Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare as Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Right Honorable Speaker, I so submit. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the committee. Now, seconder. Yes, Honorable Member for Okankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to add my voice to the chairman of the committee to congratulate the member for Krowo, the member for Banda, the member for Techimanov for their nomination, and having gone through the vetting process excellently a couple of days ago. Mr. Speaker, we know of Honorable Ahmed in this chamber. We've worked with him. We know how passionate he is. But the work in the chamber is different from going to manage entire local government institution, which comprises a lot of difficult district chief executives, district, municipal, and metropolitan chief executives. We expect of him to exercise the necessary restraint in dealing with them and to ensure that the relationship between the MMDCs and the MPs gets improved to ensure that the work in the constituencies and the districts gets on unimpeded. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the member for Krowo exhibited high qualities and convinced the committee that she could do a good job as Minister for Gender and Social Protection. And our own Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare, the member for Techiman, a lawyer by profession, a lady, a mother, having convinced us, Mr. Speaker, promising to continue with the 1D1F program subject to the challenges she mentioned at the committee. We pray that the good Lord guides her to ensure that the job opportunities that the NDC promised their Green Army will be realized through the 1D1F programs that we initiated. I wish the nominees well and congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. As usual, because we want to manage the House well, the caucuses have presented the names of those who will be commenting on the report. So we will move to mention the names for those the caucuses have submitted to the table. So we will begin from the minority side, and we will call on Honorable Member for Impraeso, Honorable Davis Opoku. So, Honorable Member, we will not cut you short, but we have so many other business to conduct today. So please work around 5 minutes for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Appointments Committee before this House. Mr. Speaker, first let me congratulate my colleagues, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Madam Namumo, Madam Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare for their nomination to this high office of the land. Mr. Speaker, particularly, I'm excited at the nomination of Mr. Ahmed Ibrahim as the Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I've been in this House for 4 years, and when it comes to issues that confront members of Parliament, when it comes to issues about MPs and their relations with the District Assembly Common Fund, and to a larger extent, the local government ministry, we have seen Ahmed Ibrahim lead the charge in that regard. And I know that when he settles in that office, issues that bother members of Parliament would be one of the top priorities on his desk as a minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in how we are able to correct the, for want of word, anomaly with respect to the District Assembly's Common Fund Act 455, which establishes the office of the administrator and provides that the administrator reports directly to the minister responsible for local government. However, when you look at Act 936, Section 129 of the Local Government Act, it stipulates that the administrator shall report to Parliament and office of the President. This, in times past, has created some challenges where administrators of Common Fund have had issues with sector ministers. Even as a Parliament, we have struggled at inviting administrators of Common Fund to appear before us, even explain to us issues that are mandatory, issues that concerns members of Parliament. I think that it's about time that the sector minister taking charge takes steps to address this anomaly. It's important that every administrator reports to the minister, sector minister involved, so that the minister would have direct responsibility in responding to issues that border on that fund to Parliament. We would want to be dealing more with the ministers who we appreciate that have a lot of insights. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that our municipal chief executives have had, especially with the last government, has been issues of capping. I mean, when you go to them for projects, they tell you that most of their funds have been capped. And it brought untoward challenges in the administration of the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time that the President assures us, and also the sector minister assures that when he takes office, the issue of capping our district assembly common fund, monies that go directly to the assemblies, will be taken off. They need monies to construct more drains, they need monies to construct more schools, they need monies to develop the various assemblies. And if we are to go by this capping policy, I think we will continue to face challenges in the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, also, the drip machine is one laudable project that His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, with the support of this Parliament, of the 8th Parliament, brought to bear. I think we need to find ways of putting up policies to ensure that the very reasons why we bought these machines, the very reasons why we procured these machines, we use these machines for that very purpose. And I know that our senior colleague Ahmed Ibrahim will not fail this House and will always respond. I was a bit worried with having agribusiness attached to the Ministry of Trade, but I felt that it was purely an agric. But when I listened to Madam Ejare, I got convinced that if you look at most of the 1D, 1F projects, most of them are agro-based projections. I mean, most of them are agro-based factories. And to have agribusiness under a watch would go a long way to as it were, address some of the challenges that persons who are engaged in agribusiness face. I mean, we cannot continue to import over $100 million worth of onions into our country. What is required is to develop a proper value chain. And I know that with her at the Ministry of Trade, we are going to do that. For the Gender Ministry, issues of human trafficking is something that is dear to my heart, and I'm praying that the minister focuses on human trafficking issues in this country. In fact, we have a lot of young ladies in our country who are migrating based on false information, especially to the UAEs, and the challenges that they face in these countries is something that is unprintable. I am praying that the minister puts a lot of energy in that sector and addresses issues of human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to congratulate our colleagues. We are hoping and praying for the best. We are hoping and praying for the betterment of Ghana. I know they will succeed, and I know that when we take over in 2028, we will not meet a ministry that is... Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Opoku. Honorable members, let's turn to a member for Doma West. Is it, am I right? Honorable Vincent Opon Samoa. Is it Doma West?
Yeah. Right, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me first commend His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for the appointments so far to the various ministries. And you can see from the caliber of people that have been appointed that the government means business. Let me first talk about the nominee for local government, Honorable Ahmed. We all know him. He has been here for about the 5th term in Parliament, and he has seen everything when it comes to parliamentary practice. You can respect him. So I have no doubt that having been appointed to a ministry like local government, is going to deliver, help the president reset the country, and then we move it forward. As a former EC, MC, we all know the importance and the important role Ministry of Local Government plays. If government will function at the local level, we need proper supervision. And we need someone like Honorable Ahmed who will be able to match up to the task, keep the DCs in line so that they can deliver at the grassroots. I remember His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo. He made promise to Ghanaians that Accra was going to be the cleanest city in Africa. And I also recall the last State of Nation address, when he was even recounting his achievements, he forgot to even mention that Accra has become the cleanest city in Africa. When we drive, while you are in Accra, you drive through our various streets in Accra, I ask myself, if we have even authority, let me say the AMA or other municipal authorities in Accra, sanitation is at the lowest, and even lighting system on our streets. We all know that street light belongs to the local government. Yet, you drive through Accra and you ask yourself, roads are so weedy, very unkept, and I believe in this young man that having assumed this office, let's see the changes. And I know my brothers on the other side will see the changes. Within a very short period, you'll see the changes in Accra. We'll have street lights, we'll have clean city. And Ghanaians, it's not about we have spent so much. It's not about we have spent so much, but it will be about the real tangible. People will feel it.
Honorable Vincent, hold on. Let me catch the attention of the honorable member for Asante Achim Central.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind my honorable brother of Order 93.5. It's not supposed to, in making comment, it's not supposed to provoke debate. All the statements is making, I or other people may not agree with him, and this would provoke debate. So I caution him to be straightforward in commenting on the motion on the floor rather than inviting others to enter into debate. I will not comment on the exact thing that he said, but don't provoke debate. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Honorable Leader, let's take it lightly. I mean, for me, it's okay. Let's move smoothly. Leader.
Thank you very much.
Mr. First Deputy Speaker, you have moved your motion. Allow us to. Yes, Leader.
So, Speaker, I just wanted to draw the attention of my colleague that Order 93.5 does not come to his aid in this matter. So Order 93.5 is about statements and commentary on statements, just for the education of colleagues in the chamber.
Well. But that notwithstanding, honorable members, let's try not to degenerate the House into an arena that will make things a bit difficult. I mean, we are commenting, so let's do that gently so that we can do our best to approve our brothers and sisters who are going to help the president to govern the country. So, Honorable Vincent, yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker, with respect, the majority leader is right. However, Speaker, these are our own colleagues. The Honorable Ahmed is seated right before us. To see my friend, beautiful sister, and other colleagues. They've all performed, I witnessed performed creditably well. But as my senior colleague tried, we're just trying to help you navigate properly. We want to pass them, but please be guided. If you start throwing punches, we also start throwing punches. No, don't start punches. Speak to the issues. Let's edify them. We can raise the issues, but the tangent you want to take, please, don't tempt us.
Well, like I said, I mean, let's so Honorable Vincent Asamoah, just take you and let's have this session very smooth.
You know me.
Yes.
You know me.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A whole ministry was created by Nanado's administration for sanitation. And that puts emphasis on the importance your government put on sanitation. And I'm particularly very much concerned about the issue of sanitation. That is why I commend Honorable Ahmed some of the answers that he gave.
Honorable Samuel, hold on. Just a chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. The Speaker, I still maintain the point that the Ninth Parliament has a lot of fresh members. When a report of a committee is being debated, your contribution must be based on the report. So I will urge the House to take that into consideration in the debate. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well. So please, let's speak to the report. Vincent, let's speak to the report.
I mean, let's cut away insinuation and innuendos. I mean, just speak to the
we all know that His Excellency, the President, we used to have Minister of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Right now, that ministry is also merged with the local government. I was particularly very much impressed when question was posted on that ministry, especially issues on chieftaincy and the manner that he handled it. I was very much impressed. And I know that under his leadership, issues on chieftaincy, issues in Ghana is going to go down drastically. We all know there's areas where we have these tribal clashes, also hamper development. So I have so much confidence in Honorable Ahmed that once he assumed duty as the Minister for Local Government, most of the issues that Ghanaians, issues of sanitation and issues on chieftaincy, we are going to nip it in the bud. So on these few words, and looking at the reaction from the minority, I'll conclude and then recommend that our new minister should be approved.
Thank you very much.
Start a reset agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Honorable Kofi Mafo, a member for Achiase.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend our able colleagues who have been nominated and vetted. I will start with Honorable Ahmed, who is my neighbor. For me, what I would say is that local government is a challenging ministry, especially we coming from the rural constituencies. We rely solely on government funds. So the expectation is that because there's a free payment, we expect that the payment should go as soon as possible. And I know he will do that because as a leader, he was working closely with the local government ministry. And so we know that he's going to do a good job. And I will also want to congratulate my own Honorable Elizabeth Ejari. As a trade minister, I will want to urge her that what we are experiencing at the port is not one-man business or one ministry business. It is for trade, transport, and finance. But trade because she's the one going to deal with the business community. And they are the people suffering, especially when it comes to shipping lines. Their charges are so much. Now, 40-footer container, if you are taking a 40-footer container, it's over 15,000 for the shipping line. Meanwhile, the handlers, who are the ones going to do major work, are taking about 4,000 Ghana cedis. So I'll urge her to take a critical look at what is happening at the port, whether it is export or import. It is within her purview, so she will be looking at it critically. Then talking about the 1D, 1F, she was complaining about capacity building, and she was talking about funding. So I'll urge her to take a critical look at the exemption process, because if about 400 million and over can be given to MPS for them as an exemption for their work doing at the port, I think other institutions or manufacturers who are also going to deal with our export promotion and employment scale, they also need to be considered. So with these few words, I'll urge our own colleague, our own sister, to take a critical look at it. And then my last one is about these business regulatory reforms, which is under her ministry. They are in charge of making sure that businesses strive. And the regulatory reforms are very important for our business community. They have brought a bill to Parliament, and I'll urge her to take a good look at it and then make sure that our business community get the facilitation in terms of regulations, in terms of permits and other issues that border on the business. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Honorable members, let's turn to Honorable Kwame Asare-Obeng. Honorable Kwame Asare-Obeng.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all congratulate Honorable Ifa, Honorable Ahmed for his nomination. The leadership informed me that I have to comment on Honorable not yet, so I'll ask Mr. Speaker. The information that I had was that I have to comment on a different appointment, and so I will ask if it's possible to be corrected. Yes, I do, but my information that I have, and that is what I'm dealing with.
The report we have to comment is not yet ready. Is that what you want to
Yes, Mr. Speaker. No, relax. You are not, relax. Mr. Speaker, I'm dealing with my whip, and she gave me an information, and that is what I'm working on. Sit down, relax. Relax.
Well.
Yes.
So let me call the next person.
Yes,
so
thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So on that note, let's turn to Honorable Maswell Lukuto. Maswell, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a comment on our honorable nominees who will soon be ministers of state. I actually sat in the meeting where our colleagues were vetted, and per the depth of knowledge they have on the subject matter and the ministries they are going to, I have no doubt that they're going to perform. On our Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the local government ministry, I believe, is a heartbeat of all of us as players in the democratic space, and most especially for us members of parliament. Critical for us because these are the people we're going to be dealing with on daily basis whilst we are within our constituencies or out of the constituency performing national duty in the big House of Parliament. Seniors have commented on the challenges they have had with some district chief executives in the past when they want to access their common fund and other funds that go through them. You face it more this time, maybe. And so we wish that he would consider the plight of all members of parliament. Even though these funds are through as they are supposed to help alleviate poverty in our different constituencies. And so he's answered questions eloquently on how he intends to run all district assemblies together with their D and MCEs to the benefit of the whole of the nation. It is my hope that he will be in line to be able to help us achieve our aim as MPs whilst away, so that whilst here you don't have people down there who are looking to cut your leg.
And also when you are in the opposition, they will also be there and stifling your common funds, not allowing you to have access to them. For our dear lady Namumu, she was so composed, answers the questions very eloquently, and I believe that she will do well in the ministry that has been so assigned to her. We believe that all these ministers of state would listen to the plight of their people and do just what we demand of them, so that the reset agenda that Ghana has signed for, I mean Ghana, not just NDC, because of the overwhelming endorsement that we have had as a government, it is a testament to the fact that Ghanaians want to see reset. And the reset agenda, I believe, is beginning from this house. And so it is our hope that together they will do a good job. Mrs. Elizabeth Ejare Ofosu, eloquent, a lawyer, done so well in the past as a deputy minister, now promoted to the position of a substantive minister. Sorry, she was a minister and also another minister now. It is our hope and prayer that she will do better than she did in the Mahama I government. And then the reset agenda and the 24-hour economy that we have so yearned for as Ghanaians will come to pass. With these few words, I wish to congratulate them once again and pray that God guides their step very well for the reset agenda. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maxwell. Let him now turn to the former finance minister, Honorable Dr. Amin Anda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all congratulate our colleagues for their nomination by the President for the various roles they are being assigned to. Particularly for my friend here, Ahmed Ibrahim. If Ahmed Ibrahim is to bring the dexterity which he brought to his work as deputy minority leader, minority whip, then, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that he is going to live up to expectation. He tormented us a lot, and I believe he will bring that kind of character, the skill, to ensure that DCEs do their work very well in their districts and jurisdiction. But, Mr. Speaker, one issue I like to draw attention to is the difficulty in financing projects at the district level. Because the common fund allocation is no longer enough, and I doubt if it will be ever enough to finance district level development projects. And this is why the minister is being encouraged, and I'd like to encourage you to consider relaying the municipal finance bill, which tends to support district assemblies to look at alternative ways of financing their projects rather than relying all the time on the government for resources to finance development projects, particularly in the area of public-private partnerships. They can leverage private capital out there to finance projects that can pay for themselves. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to encourage him to relay the municipal finance bill. Property rate is another area of interest. There's huge potential in using property rate to finance development at the district level. But as a country, we really haven't found solution to maximizing the collection of property rate. The Ministry of Finance tried. We implemented a system that could energize the mechanisms of collecting property rate. Unfortunately, we face some challenges. I hope that you will look at the policy, you will look at the systems we're implementing, and you will work hard to address the challenges associated with property rate collection and ensure that we leverage that potential
for complementing public finances of projects at the district level. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note, and this is an observation I'd like to make, that in presenting the formula for Common Fund by the Common Fund Administrator, it is important to consult widely, particularly with the Ministry of Finance. I cannot remember the Ministry of Finance making inputs to the formula that was presented last year to this House. And this does not help, because it is important for the two ministers to sit down and prioritize the areas that the budget can accommodate and what Common Fund can also accommodate, so we avoid duplication of allocating resources for similar projects or same projects across the country. So, Minister, I know that you have so much experience in this area, and I have no doubt that this will really get your serious attention to ensure that the right institutions make appropriate inputs to the formula before it is presented to Parliament. Now, the practice of spending on behalf of assemblies is an old age practice. When I was mayor of Tamale, it was there, it's been there up till to date. This deprives the assemblies of critical resources to implement their budgets. The law that established the assemblies also requires them to have budgets approved by the assemblies. Now, what sense does it make if an assembly makes a budget approved by the assembly, and yet the revenue expected doesn't come in for the assemblies to execute this budget? This is very problematic, Mr. Speaker. And this is why most assemblies are living from hand to mouth, unable to execute critical projects that they have promised their people in their localities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do not know what mechanism the minister will use when approved, but it is critical that we stop the practice of the Common Fund spending and contracting suppliers and paying suppliers on behalf of assemblies. That is not, for me, an efficient way of spending the Common Fund money. Also because it does not address the priorities of the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, for Honorable Elizabeth Obosu Ajari, one of the key measures that you need to pay attention to is the ease of doing business. We are at a critical stage where we have to be able to attract as much investment as possible to support us grow the economy. And the ease of doing business is monitored seriously by investors across the world. And you need to pay serious attention to that, particularly in addressing some of the challenges that the report brings out. The Tema Port, the harbour, is one area that has been highlighted in many of the reports on ease of doing business in Ghana. In trying to address this problem, I faced a lot of resistance. There are so many stops at the port, so many stops. And therefore, you need to be able to reduce the number of stops importers go through or even exporters go through in order to establish a one-stop solution that will make the ease of importing and exporting real. This is so important because the business community, as you engage them, will tell you more about that. But we face serious challenges. No institution wanted to give up. And I hope you'll be guided by this in helping to address that problem at the port so that we can attract more businesses into our country. My last point, Mr. Speaker, is on agribusiness, particularly in relation to horticulture. We can create a lot of business around horticulture. And I've been looking at the situation where the White Volta can be declared the horticultural belt of Ghana, so that the water flowing through the White Volta can be used to irrigate horticultural farming, vegetables, like onions, etc., which we can trade in Ghana, but also for export. What is critical about this also is that the White Volta is closer to the Tamale Airport, and the Tamale Airport is within 2 hours to about 5 countries around the country. And so if we do this, Ghana will become a major exporter of horticulture. And that, I believe, will bring a lot of meaning to adding agribusiness to the Trade and Industry Ministry, because I see a lot of coordination, or complementarities, and I hope that you will take this very seriously. We'll put fire at your feet so that you can do this for the benefit of our country. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I believe you all understand why I gave him some time. We realized he was giving very good at. So, come again. So now we will turn to Honorable Faustina Eliklim Akulugu. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the report by the Appointments Committee of the nominations of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Honorable Agnes Namumu Latte, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari, for the Ministries of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Gender, Children and Social Protection, and Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, respectively. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, these appointments by His Excellency the President are more than enough testimony of his commitment to resetting Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been a ranking member of the Local Government Committee of the House. At his vetting, he demonstrated a considerable understanding of local government issues in the country. We are confident that his appointment will support His Excellency the President's vision to deepen decentralization and also enhance revered institution of chieftaincy in our country. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that as a former whip of this House, the Honorable Ahmed I am not reading. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that as a former whip of this House, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim will instill discipline in the yet-to-be appointed chief executives of our various Metropolitan Municipal Assembly, and more importantly, get him aligned with the vision of the President and members of Parliament. I must also add that, personally, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been a great help to me. I've had to rely on his advice and support a number of times to win the mighty Domi-Kwabenya constituency.
Read on.
Finally, Mr. Speaker,
read on.
The appointments of Honorable Agnes Namumu Latte and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari is a committed another bold statement that His Excellency the President respects women and he's committed ensuring that gender balance in his government in line with the Affirmative Action Bill. As a woman, I am particularly proud of the appointments, and I strongly believe they will make us proud. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's turn to Honorable Tampuli. Honorable Hassan Tampuli, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this report, consideration of the House for the approval of the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, the Honorable Mrs. Namumu Lati as Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as my sister, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu, a Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Mr. Speaker, I want to join colleagues to extend hearty congratulations to these colleagues who have caught the eye of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, serving his government. Mr. Speaker, right at the outset, I need to signify to these colleagues that by what I have observed in the previous administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, reshuffle is something that he likes a lot. So please, when you go, you have to work very, very fast and actualize your vision before maybe you are reshuffled to another place. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just a little portion to colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, a lot has been said about him. Very sharp gentleman. Mr. Speaker, looking through the reports, I noticed that the three of them are almost about the same age. They are almost about the same age, 50, 52, and I believe very strongly that with what I heard this morning about the average age of the nominees for ministerial positions, I believe that we have one of the youngest governments in the history, the oldest being about 61 or so. So your collective energies would have to show, your collective energies will have to show, you have to give justification for why government should be made available to the younger generation. So you are doing this not for yourself, but also to give justification for opportunities that we're giving to the future generation. I wish you well in the work that you do. Mr. Speaker, on page 6 of the report, the nominee made reference to some misalignments between the reporting structure of the administrator of the Judicial Assembly Common Fund. And I think that it's important that this is rectified so that the malady doesn't continue to fester and then create enough confusion as it is doing right now. But as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, the legal maxim that the general laws shall take precedence over specific laws, specific laws shall take precedence over general laws, would convince me that generalibus non derogat specialibus. That is correct. That's the Latin maxim. Mr. Speaker, I would insist that the District Assembly Common Fund Act 1993, Act 455, which establishes that the Common Fund Administrator should report to the Minister for Local Government, is the one that should be adhered to. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there will be some challenges as far as canons of interpretations are concerned, that you might say that the later legislation will take precedence over former legislations. So that argument can also be made, but I would insist that once it is a special legislation, I would insist that the District Assembly Common Fund Administration should report to the Minister for Local Government for the proper alignment of the function of the local government administration. Mr. Speaker, on point 4 of the report, improving the local economy in collaboration with the MMDCs, there's no doubt about the goodness of the spending power of the Assembly, what it does to the local economy. I mean, the cascading effects is unimaginable. When everything is done from Accra, you know, contracts are awarded in Accra, procurements are taken from Accra. Sometimes the members of parliament, and I believe some of us have experienced it one way or the other. You'll be sitting in the chamber, and then somebody moves to site. It's even sometimes the case that even the MMDCs do not even know where these contractors are coming from. The next thing you find somebody, you know, on the ground executing the contract. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge on my colleague, the Honorable Ahmed, to take a very critical look at that issue and then deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I noticed also that the ministry is quite a behemoth right now. Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Judicial Committee of the House of Chiefs, and so on and so forth. So they are going to be superintending a huge space that previously was occupied by, I think, 2 or 3 ministers. But there was a minister for Water Resources and Sanitation, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and then local governments. Now you are going to carry almost 2.5 ministries. And I don't know how you are going to do it, but based on what we have seen you do in this house, your diligence, your ability to think on your feet, and so on and so forth, I believe that you'll be able to discharge this duty with gusto. And I wish you well, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. The Speaker, Honorable Agnes Na Momo Lati, Doctor, the Minister for Gender. Mr. Speaker, that ministry is one of the youngest. Now, if I remember correctly, the former minister and member of parliament for Takrady, Gladys Asma, is the one that birthed that ministry in 2001. And I believe there's a great deal that can be done about that ministry. I'm not too sure. I may be corrected, Mr. Speaker. But if I remember correctly, Gladys Asma was in recent years the first minister for gender. So it's a work in progress. There's a great deal that can be done at that ministry. And I believe that you will give effect to the Women Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, after the election, a woman told me that she was waiting for the Women Development Bank to be established. That's why she didn't vote for me. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm also, waiting patiently for that meeting to set up so that I can send my women organizer to go and see if she gets some loan from the facility. So, Honorable Member for Krowo, I wish you well. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari, I served with her on the Appointments Committee. Very diligent. I don't know whether it is parliamentary, but she is a gentle assassin. Her questions are slow in coming, but they are piercing and biting. And then she will punch you where you least expect. I mean, she will just, Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to say. But when the questions come, Mr. Speaker, you will shake small before you are able to answer the question. A senior at the bar as well. And I greatly appreciate that she is more than capable of discharging the obligation of that ministry. Mr. Speaker, there is a little bit about the cross-border trade that I read from the report on page 28. And it says, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, it says, according to the nominee, when the tax system is attractive, so she proposed imposition of a reasonable and fair tax system. And according to the nominee, when the tax system is attractive, non-exorbitant and reasonable, people are more willing to pay. Mr. Speaker, if I refer to President Mahama's
first 100-day social contracts. Bullet number 6. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to just read in quotes. Within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Mr. Speaker, currently if you take the bill of lading at the port, you import the vehicle into the country, you have line items, taxes, levies, margins, and so on and so forth, about 22. And my colleague, Honorable Mafo, made reference to a particular line item, which is the container charges. Averagely, you are paying about 15,000 apart from paying for everything that has to be paid for at source. You pay 15,000 per container. Mr. Speaker, we do not less than 1.2 million containers in a year. Now, when you do the calculation, we're talking about billions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you go to make these payments, the shipping lines insist that you must come with foreign currency. So in addition to paying this exorbitant fee, you are also supposed to go and exchange mostly dollars or euros to go and make these payments. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure about the legality of this. And so the Shippers Authority Act was passed recently. Mr. Speaker, I'm just winding now. The Shippers Authority Act was passed recently, in which we have insisted that shipping lines can no longer impose such charges on shippers, except what the Ghana Shippers Authority has approved. And I believe that this will be a very, good platform for you to speak to traders and importers and even exporters about the benefits of this new act, so that all these, exorbitant container charges for doing nothing, Mr. Speaker, for doing nothing. So they just sit down and at the click of a button of a computer, you charge somebody 15,000 cedis. You pay for container cleaning when you bring a Brunei.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on this note,
thank you.
I'd like to congratulate my colleagues and then add my voice to the House to confirm these colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Please, let's turn to Honorable Simon Pabe Chereme. Yes, Honorable Chereme. Is it Brekum?
Yeah, Brekum is the good.
Yes.
Thank you very much, the Speaker, for the opportunity and the lot add my voice and to contribute to and to say very big congratulations to the nominees on their call to serve in this high office. Let me start with Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, 5-term Member of Parliament for the good people of Banda. He has really distinguished himself so well. When you see and assess his intellectual, his tenacity of purpose, when you look at Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, sincerely, and if we will be very forthright, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is a luminary. His tenacity of purpose, just like I said, and his testicular fortitude in the way and manner he discharges his duty, Mr. Speaker, is admirable. And I have no doubt, I come with very firm conviction that my senior colleague will distinguish himself creditably in the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Rural Development. I strongly believe that my senior colleague will concern himself with the Act 936. I'll remind him later, he doesn't know.
the son of a lion doesn't get mixed in the jungle.
Honorable, just focus. Later on, you come to that.
Right.
Let's focus on.
Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that my senior colleague will concern himself with the Act 936, the structure in particular, the lower level. The Local Government Act, when you look at the structure, most often than not, you realize that the base, which is the unit committee, was the local government, the unit committee, the town and urban councils, the assembly members, just exist in nomenclature, but they are less resourced. When you go to my constituency, looking at Nasi, Kato, Biada Urban Council, you get there and the place is less resourced. And I strongly believe that my senior colleague will concern himself so much by resourcing them. Most often than not, you realize that, Mr. Speaker, they are not even consulted. And it is only at the evaluation stage. But I strongly believe that democracy must be participatory. And once it's for the people must be involved at the grassroots. And I strongly believe that during the problem assessment, through to design of the program and project, through implementation to evaluation stage, the unit committee, the assembly members, and the urban and the town councils will be involved. And I think with that, we can have the full realization. With him, as a royal member, I strongly believe chieftaincy is not an issue. And as an elder of Church of Pentecost, I have no doubt in my mind. As long as religious issues are concerned, he will do justice to that. Then again, on my good sister, Honorable Elizabeth Upusua Jare.
Honorable, you spend almost all the time on Honorable Ahmed.
I have a lot of confidence in her. And that again, I have a lot of confidence in her. She has distinguished herself so well, so creditably, when she was the Minister for Tourism. And Ghana became a destination or a tourism hub. So I have no doubt in my mind that she will distinguish herself. Likewise, Honorable Namumu, I wish them all well, and I want to congratulate them for the appointment. I wish them well. Thank you so much.
Let me, the last batch, let me call Honorable leadership. You do the okay, let me take the last batch. You gave me the list, so let me take the last batch. Let me give Honorable former Minister for Western Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know this is a privilege. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have been very well if I had not been given the opportunity to speak. In congratulating my brother, Honorable Ahmed. We've been very good friends. We've traveled together, we've gone to school together. And he's shown courage in this house. I therefore don't have any doubt in my mind that he can get this job done. Mr. Speaker, I know that local government is a very huge portfolio. But local government is local, and that is where people benefit or they become dejected and create problems. Mr. Speaker, if you take some of the answers that my brother had given, one of the biggest one I believe I want to comment had to do with the issue of releases of funds to the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for us to understand that the monies are released by the Ministry of Finance. Therefore, the administrator, they only disburse. So not until finance releases this money, the disbursement will not happen. And I believe that that is where, as Parliament, we should put the emphasis and the pressure. So far, it seems that we'll be leaving that out, and then our assemblies have been suffering for a very long time. I understand that a lot of some of the expenses or the disbursements are done at the center. But usually, a lot of the projects too, the assemblies themselves also agree for them to do it. So they cannot also be given excuses for agreements they've done and the local assembly common fund is disbursed. So I believe that we need to look at this dichotomy and find a way to resolve some of these issues. On the issue of local economy, I believe that is one area I would suggest that we put a lot of emphasis, because if you take the elections that we've gone through and all the difficulties with the economy, if we are able to get things done right in developing the local economies across the length and breadth of them, I believe the pressure from the youth for jobs, the pressure for infrastructure development could also go down. On the issue of Madam Ajay, Minister for Trade, I'm happy that she's gotten that nod, because I saw her work when she was Minister for Tourism, because I followed her a lot. I'm also happy that she's been given this position. But what I want to note is that in most big economies, the minister responsible for the economy is usually the Minister for Trade and Industry, not the Minister for Finance. Because if you take the NDC's own manifesto and the agenda for this election, it's about 24-hour economy, and it's on you. So if we don't give you the opportunity to determine the pace of the economy, not the disbursement at finance, I believe that we might have a lot of difficulty. And I believe that cabinet members and government members should be able to support her to take hold of the economy. And when she's able to take hold of the economy, move it quicker, it can then be spread by the local government, and then the people can feel the benefit of the governance that we deliver in the country. Jalil talked about the weak entrepreneurial economy, and I believe that we need to start from secondary schools. Because if Ghanaian children, Ghanaian students, university students are not told right from level 100 that they can do something for yourself after school, but wait to be employed. Mr. Speaker, young people have new ideas, and they are the future of our country. If we don't inculcate in them the ability to be entrepreneurial, who should be creating the jobs for them to be employed? So I believe that that education should also be taken by the Minister for Trade to create that enabling environment and also raise more revenues to support them. With these few words, I know they'll be able to deliver. Let's support them to be made ministers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least, Honorable Suleimana Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report on the appointment of 3 ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim started from time. When he first came to the House, he represented the good people of time. I was his constituent secretary. So today I'm very happy to see him rise through the ranks to become the Minister for Local Government. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the report, he has served on so many committees, but perhaps the Local Government Committee is the one that his impact was greatly felt. He has gone through the whole country. He is aware of the challenges of this country. So I'm very confident that his practical knowledge about the challenges of the local governance structures will inure to the benefits of the office that he's coming to hold. But Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most profound statement I found during the vetting was the one that he said, Mr. Chairman, I will not allow any MMDC to disrespect members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, the friction between MPs and chief executives is a well-known documented fact, but I'm sure with his knowledge and with his experience, we will scale over this friction. Mr. Speaker, also important to mention was the DRIP, the District Road Improvement Project. He gave firm assurances that management of the DRIP project will improve so that the impact will be felt. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Roads Minister in the 8th Parliament, you realize the Roads Minister was the most summoned minister on this House. It tells you that the road sector is the most critical when it comes to the development developmental issues that we have. So I'm sure with Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as the local government minister, with proper structure and ownership of the machines, the DRIP project will get to the intended purpose that we envisaged. Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare is a former Minister of State in charge of tourism. She's a lawyer. She's a gender activist. But for me, her appointment demonstrates the commitment of President Mahama to gender equity. Perhaps I agree with the honorable member for the former Western Regional Minister that the most important ministry for the next 4 years of President Mahama is the Ministry for Trade and Industry. It is where the central theme of our campaign, the 24-hour economy, is. No wonder President Mahama chose Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare, a woman of metal, and I'm sure she's going to deliver, just like she did when she was a minister for tourism. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama didn't add there. The EAI that established the new ministries added agribusiness to that ministry. It tells you job creation is central, and Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare will be in charge of one of the central themes of this administration. Agnes Namumo Latte, she is my former colleague at the backbench there. She's a very serious woman. She never misses any whip system. Anytime she was needed in the chamber, Namumo is there. She's a gender activist. She has gone through the mill in gender activism. But I was happy with her statement when she said the school feeding program was going to be decentralized, and that the minister's role would be supervision. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that with her knowledge in gender activism and her care for the girl child and the children in general,
thank you.
I'm sure she's going to deliver.
Thank you so much.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let me now come to leadership. Yes, minority.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I say anything, let me acknowledge the Honorable Simon Ampai being chairman, the Member of Parliament for Brekum East. He demonstrated strength and ability in his short advocacy. And I think that such an early positive start must be commended. No doubt, he's coming from a stock familiar with the front bench business of the House. I mean to say, the former majority leader of this House, an MP for Brekum, Honorable J. Owusu-Achampo of blessed memory, I'm told, is related to him. So I'm sure he's done some great works. Proud to come in here. I inquired whether he was a lawyer. I'm told he's here to be called to the bar. So I wish him well in this chamber, and I know he will do great things. The Speaker, having said that, let me remind government that our side is ready to help them to put government together. But they should not shut their eyes to and on the law. We have passed a law in this House. That law makes it mandatory to have a ministry for national security. I refer to Act 1030. We've had so many appointments, but we are yet to hear of minister designate for national security. Only yesterday or so, we got this notice from Mr. President about the Interior Minister designate. because of certain exigencies, we are ready to vet him tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we will do our part, but they must also do their part so that we don't create certain impressions. Mr. Speaker, that said, the number of ministers. We are seeing Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. The political class of this country must be bold and own the political narrative. I will not criticize because I am in opposition. When we make mistakes, let's admit them and apologize. 60 ministers will not help your political cause. But when civil society comes out with the narrative, as if everything is done by the political class, instead of us boldly explaining to them the intricacies of politics, then we also fall for the trap and we make political commitment. I don't doubt the competence of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, but that huge ministry, local government and chieftaincy, all these conflicts, the behind the scenes, negotiations for peace and local governance. Mr. Speaker, I am not the president, but if I were to advise Mr. President, I would say, Mr. President, you can apologize to Ghanaians and say, look, you underestimated the thing. I think I need to engage more ministers. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this. And the civil servant, what people have forgotten is that as you put two ministries together, the staffers are the same. All the civil servants who are there, they remain same. And then you say only one minister to supervise and monitor. Things will soon get out of hand and you take the collateral damage. And then they say there's corruption. So it is your government. We leave that to you. I will not belabor the point. To conclude, I want to say something about the Minister Designate for Trade and Industry and Agribusiness. I am a lawyer by profession and a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. And practically, I know the benefits of the 1D, 1M. All I want from you, my respected senior colleague at the bar, do all you can to give meaning to this initiative. You may call it another name. I understand politics. But if you don't give relief to the private sector, you aren't going anywhere. All these young men and women chasing us here and there, government support alone will not be enough. You and I know that many of the support we give them, they abuse them. If we energize the private sector to be successful, they would employ these individuals and they would be measured by their output. If we don't do it and we think that, oh, government will do it, government will do it. Look, you know the debt situation. We've been attacking each other. Huge debt, as if it just came out of nothing. It is as a result of the social intervention programs we introduced that when our people benefit, those of economic value do not get returned to the state. So we keep digging a hole. My respected colleague, be bold at cabinet. I know the strength of this majority leader. I know how objective he can be. Let this 9th parliament be a game changer. That it is this 9th parliament that through advocacy compelled the government to put in place the support system for the benefit of Ghanaians. For me, it doesn't really matter If Ghanaians want a new government in 2028, it will happen. You can't do anything about it. But at least for your record, let history testify that when you had the opportunity, these were the transformations that you introduced in the governance of the country. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall rest my case and support the motion that this House approve. This House approves the report of the appointment committee as ably moved by this House, by the chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, majority leadership.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion presently before us for the adoption of the report ably laid by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me make the point forcefully that the Honorable Minority Leader again got the point wrong on this vexed issue of I disagree with him that the insistence that the Act 1030-2020 Security and Intelligence Agency Act actually provides for the establishment of the Ministry of National Security. Because specifically Section 24 only provides for the functions of the minister. And Mr. Speaker, the minister is defined in Section 49 of the law as the minister responsible for national security. So indeed, the president, as he is now, can actually mandate the minister responsible for the interior to be also responsible for national security. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he sponsored the bill that led to the birth of Act 1030. He himself, in 2021, when his mandate was renewed for the second term, he didn't establish the Ministry of National Security pursuant to Act 1030. He did so with an EI 12. So, my leader, this matter came up during the vetting of the Attorney General, and we set the law. We set the law. He suggested that in reading the law purposely, but by no stretch of imagination will you interpret the provision in Section 24 to constitute the provision for the establishment of the Ministry of National Security. That prerogative is left for the President to exercise. So, with these words, Mr. Speaker, I join the call that the report be adopted so Ahmed can quickly proceed to deal with matters of state. I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, not to debate, but before you put the question, I want to remind the majority front bench to look behind. There are empty seats. The Chief Whip should observe all the empty seats and advise us whether in the circumstance we can put a question. They should get the chamber populated. They say they are super majority. They should let their people come. Mr. Speaker, I'm advising them, with all these empty seats, we want them to be in so that we'll meet the necessary requirements of law so that we can put the question. We are ready to help you. We are ready. We need to take a decision. Chief Whip, this is baptism, first day baptism. Let us see your first day work. This is not for majority leader. Leader, this one is not for you. Chief Whip, marshal your members in. Let them come in and fill the spaces. Your back is empty. Mr. Speaker, that must be done before we put the question. No, this side is, look, the whole place is empty. The whole place is empty. We told you so.
Mr. Speaker, I am minded to make the point that we have the numbers. We have more than 150. So you may put the question, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, he has not caught my eye.
No, so tell me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, over the years, particularly in the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the question of attendance to this House had become a major issue. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, on several occasions, civil society organizations, the media and the rest have had the occasion to discuss at great length the attendance of members of Parliament to the business of the House. Mr. Speaker, we are here this afternoon conducting extremely serious business. Mr. Speaker, we are here as an arm of government to exercise our constitutional mandate in supporting the President to constitute his government. And Mr. Speaker, indeed, we are here to approve 3 very important ministers: the Minister for Local Government, the Minister for Trade and Industry, the Minister for Gender. And Mr. Speaker, let me say that it is refreshing that all 3 of them are here. But the majority benches and seats are empty. Mr. Speaker, empty. Empty. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on December, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Ghanaians queued and voted for 275 members of Parliament. 183 of them are members of the majority side. They are not here. Mr. Speaker, they are not here. Mr. Speaker, look at the minority side. They are always happy. They are always happy to erroneously, Mr. Speaker, they are always happy to erroneously refer to us. They are always happy to erroneously refer to us as micro minority. But Mr. Speaker, this minority will be in this House every day and conduct our business and perform our responsibility. Mr. Speaker, that is why I refer you to Order 64. Order 64, Rule 4 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, and before I even quote the said order, Mr. Speaker, this minority, Mr. Speaker, and I refer to this the minority of this 9th Parliament, the effective minority.
Mr. Speaker, the good book, the Holy Bible, teaches us that a few people under God can conquer a multitude of people. And that is why we are well represented here. Mr. Speaker, I've referred to the order, but indeed, as the venerable distinguished minority leader rightly pointed out, some of the people who have been approved today are indeed have been members of this House over a period of time, and we know them quite well in the 8th Parliament. I refer particularly to the Minister of Trade designate, the Minister of Local Government, the two of them in particular. Mr. Speaker, we have worked with them in this House, and for their sake, Mr. Speaker, for their sake, we will temper justice with mercy. We will temper justice with mercy. But, Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I will waive the application. I will not make the application. And I mean, I will not make the application under Order 64, Rule 4. I will not. But let them bring their people to this House before we take the question, Mr. Speaker. The majority leader should ensure, the majority chief whip is one of the people who used to raise these issues. He used to raise this issue in the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, you should fill his seat. I conclude by saying a huge majority, but ineffective majority, a small minority, but effective minority. Let them come for us to conduct business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have enjoyed ourselves. It's been a lot of fun. But the good thing is that he has restrained himself from coming under Order 64.
Yes. That's one.
So, Mr. Speaker, you may put the question.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today is the majority leader's first day at work.
Especially the majority whip.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, today is the majority leader's first day at work. As the respected member who spoke said, we will temper justice with mercy. We will not visit the sins of the majority chief whip on the majority leader. We will not visit the sins of the majority chief whip on the majority leader. We will therefore yield to his prayer for government business to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor that motion listed 10 in today's order paper. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it is obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honorable House has approved His Excellency's the President nomination of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Honorable Dr. Agnes Na Momolate as Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare as Minister Designate of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend our congratulations to our colleagues. They are part of us, and they are now going to serve as ministers of state. We wish them well. Yes, Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to thank the committee and the House on behalf of the nominees for having the confidence to endorse them by consensus by way of approving them to their various sectors. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am so grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Appointments Committee. Yes, leadership. Yes, leader of government business.
Right, Honorable Speaker, motion number 10.
Yes. Leadership, is that the pressure of the House?
Speaker, that is so.
Well, well. Chairman of the Appointment Committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to move the motion number 10 on today's order paper, particularly at page 3, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1041, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the fourth report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers may be moved today. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member for Wejabawe and second Deputy Minority Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion listed 10 has been moved by the chairman, has been seconded by the second Deputy Minority Whip. This is just a procedural motion, and therefore I'll go ahead to put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed 10, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Chairman, let's take the substantive motion 11.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopt the fourth report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as minister, and in doing so, I present the committee's report of the appointment, present the Appointment Committee's report on the nomination of Honorable Ablajifa Gomashi as Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Honorable Emilia Atta as Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Mr. George Opari Ado as Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. The Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the report as having been read in its entirety and to state that various questions were posed to the nominees respectively. They provided the answers and all are contained in the report. And Mr. Speaker, I pray that the committee's report be adopted, leading to the approval of the nominees. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the chairman of the Appointment Committee has moved the motion. Yes. Yes, Honorable Member for Bosman Freon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also support the report, to second the report on the approval, support the motion on the approval.
Second the motion.
Yes. Yes. Second the motion. Yes. Second the motion.
Go on.
In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to make some few points. Madam Honorable Abna Jifago-Mashi has been an industry player. Hence, we are all aware of her prowess and competence in this industry. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we draw her attention and refresh her mind to some very key important things that were achieved or done by the SY government, which needs to be looked at, repeated, and if possible, enhanced. Mr. Speaker, one of them is the year of return, which obviously saw about millions of foreigners coming into the country, raising about 1.9 million to support the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, after the year of return, we introduced the Beyond the Return, which was also very important and helped largely the tourism industry of this country. Mr. Speaker, I would urge her that now that she is coming into the ministry, some of these things should be encouraged, improved, and if better, resourced, so that Ghana will be seen as one of the areas, destination, like we have December to remember in Ghana. Ghana will be seen as one of the destinations and areas we look at. Mr. Speaker, the report also at paragraph 4.1 mentioned clearly when responding to questions at the vetting, stating and speaking on the deterioration of states of some tourist sites in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is very critical when you look at that report. He mentioned clearly that she's also going to develop major tourist sites in this area, and then also support the MMDCs to rehabilitate, raise, and make sure that tourist sites in the areas of these countries and our local assemblies are developed. Mr. Speaker, I want to also draw your attention to some major sites, tourist sites that Ghana need to pay attention to. Mr. Speaker, one of them, to mention a few, is Abrewa Waterfalls, Mr. Speaker, Bakote Waterfalls, the Awam Waterfalls, the Bobiem Waterfalls, the Dane Waterfalls, the Amomosu Waterfalls, the Tebri Waterfalls, the Subrisu Waterfalls. Mr. Speaker, the Tebesu Waterfalls, not to mention, just to mention a few, are all waterfalls in the Bosome Freho constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'll urge the minister, now that she's going into that the ministry, to support the local assembly to develop these tourist sites, which I believe strongly would improve the tourist ecosystem in this country and also create jobs for people in this constituency, Bosome Freho to be specific. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Emilia Atta, Mr. Speaker, I also congratulate her and also say that she has worked well for the NDC and John Dramani Mahama to nominate her. Mr. Speaker, but there is one thing she needs to look at. Mr. Speaker, that is the 14 landing sites that were started and yet to be completed by this government. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we ask her, we urge her, that going into the ministry, those 14 landing sites must not be abandoned. Mr. Speaker, one of the major issues that bedeviled the SWAT administration close about 2 weeks to elections was Galamsey, illegal mining and water body mining. Mr. Speaker, as a minister designate to go for fisheries, it is important that when some of these water bodies are destroyed, it affects fisheries. So she should clearly, carefully look at this area and ensure that The Speaker, the water bodies are safe and the water bodies are conducive for the fishes to live there. The Speaker, there have been controversy on when the fishing time to be closed, or the closing season and the opening season. The Speaker, it's important that stakeholders are engaged to make sure that our fisher folks enjoy the number of time they are supposed to fish, so that we can also have the benefit of having our. Mr. Speaker, the last one, which is the Minister Designate for Youth Development. Mr. Speaker, the NDC promised so much to the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, I am urging
also live here on TV3, also on 3FM 92.7, the continuous coverage of the approval of ministerial nominees who have gone through vetting the appointments committee. Right now, being debated in the plenary before Parliament is the nominees of the ministries for youth development and then also fisheries and aquaculture. We also have the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Abla Jifa Gamashi, Emilia Arthur, Minister Designate for the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. George Opariado also appeared before the Appointments Committee yesterday to be vetted for the Minister Designate for the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. These three are having their nominations considered and debated by the plenary, so on the floor of Parliament. Earlier, we had Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister, he's now Minister as approved by Parliament for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Agnes Na Momo Latte, the Krowa Member of Parliament, is now been approved by Parliament as Minister for Tourism. That's the Minister in charge of Gender, Children and Social Protection. And then also Madam Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari, the Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. So that ministry has seen some additional responsibility to it right now. Let's go back to the floor of Parliament now, where the members of Parliament are debating ahead of the approval of the three other ministers designated.
Muhammad Yarga for his elevation to the majority leader and leader of government business. He's my senior brother, and I'm very happy seeing him at this position. And Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you and tell my senior brother that he should use his opportunity as the leader of the House for us to put. You have 5 minutes, and you have to speak to the report. I will wrap up with the 5 minutes. Let me make this important point. It's very important. I want my senior brother to use his position as the leader of the House and leader of government business, so that we'll put our heads together and find lasting peace in Boku. That is very, very important. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the nominees for the wonderful work that they have done. I will start with the nominee for youth, the youth minister. Yesterday, I had an opportunity of sitting at the vetting, and I asked a very important question, but unfortunately, the Speaker ruled the question. I want to tell the minister, if approved by the House, he should do all what he can to call the rampant youth of this country who has gone to ransack government offices in the name of change of government. I think before you can talk of giving employment to people, the first thing that you have to do is to bring peace within the youth. So I want to tell the minister to take that thing very, very serious, for us to see both political parties, whenever there's change of government, you see people running to institutions, taking over. That is unlawful. Another party also takes over, people are running there to take over institutions. That is not lawful, and we live in a democratic state. It shouldn't be happening in this democratic dispensation. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the youth of this country, it's not all the youth who are educated. Some of the youth need skill training, and in the
last administration, the Youth Employment Agency was doing a wonderful job. And my brother was a board member of the Youth Employment Agency. They did fantastic job at the Youth Employment Agency, targeting those who are not educated, giving them skills. So I will urge the Youth Minister to put more effort on the skill training, that the hairdressing, the carpentering, the tiling, the plumbing, so that most of these youth who always go on rampage, they will get something to do at that aspect. Right, Honorable Speaker, again, I will want the Minister to put attention to youth in agriculture. If we look at how the country is going, most of the youth are into agriculture, so we can see how best the ministry can find support for the youth who are into agriculture, for them to get themselves busy. Right, again, right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at youth in mental health, there are a lot of the young people in this country who are mentally challenged. And you see that nothing is being done about that. If we don't take our time, it will get to a time that most of the youth will get into this problem. And it has to do with drug addiction. We have to find ways at that ministry to get a department that will go around to educate the youth about the effect of drug abuse and all those things. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you go to the Minister for Tourism, I want to congratulate the Minister for the wonderful job done during the vetting. But if you look at the tourism, mostly, if we are talking of tourism, they always concentrate on the southern sector. If you look at the northern sector, there are a lot of tourism potential at the northern sector. An example is Northeast region, my constituency, Nalero Gamba constituency. We have the Gambaga escarpment. It has not been given attention in recent times. I want the Minister to give attention to the Gambaga escarpment in the Nalero Gamba constituency. It will help generate revenue for the District Assembly in Nalero Gambaga constituency. I want to move to the Ministry for Fishery. She did very well, but one thing about this ministry has to do with, when we talk of fishery, they only concentrate on the coastal areas, but there are a lot of fishing potential in the north. There are a lot of river bodies that our people also use in doing fishing. So I want her to use her ministry to look at that aspect, to see how best they will give support to fishermen in the northern part of this country, so that they will also benefit.
Thank
On
you.
this note, I thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. So now let's turn to Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to contribute to the fourth report of the Appointment Committee on the nominations of the appointees from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I am overwhelmed with the contribution and decision from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his appointees and the nomination of Honorable Jifa Gomoshi, Honorable Emilia Asa, Mr. George Opari Ado. Honorable Jifa Gomoshi was the former Deputy Minister for Tourism, and I have no doubt about his contribution yet to be experienced at the main ministry. Tourism has been one of the key economic drives for the country, and it's something we have to pay key attention to as members of parliament. And I was very happy when the question and suggestion was imposed to her about MPs being able to witness these sides, because MPs represent the country one way or the other in other appointment conferences across the country, and they can equally be a rep an advocate for tourism, it doesn't mean that it should only be the ministry that we have to look at. And so I was very happy that she answered that she was very happy and she would take that into consideration. When you turn to the page 10 of the report, the development of the tourism, the tourist sites, I think my honorable minority member spoke about it, and I was very happy about it. But there is one thing he conflicts with the LGBTQ. I believe that it is not mandatory for the Minister for Youth Development, but it's key. It is key under the tourism because it's culture-related custom. And that is one thing we need to pay key attention to because of the young ones coming up. I would move to Honorable Emilia Arthur's nominees. And I am very happy that if you listen to her vetting, you could see and clearly note that she has much more contribution. Even me, I have been once a student of hers. She had transformed a lot of humans, and I'm not surprised that when it comes to this ministry, she would excel. And even the question that was imposed to her concerning, when you go to the page 18 of the report, paragraph 5.3, on the child education and inland communities. As women, we are much concerned about our young kids and young particular times. And I was very happy about the answer, not directly on the burden of the mothers, but it's also a national level issue that needs to look at because maybe the education facilities are not enormous for them. And it's very key that you could clearly see that if a classroom that should contain 25 is taking about 100 people and teachers who is supposed to take care of 5 people are taking 100, you can imagine the stress and the burden. And I believe that together with the Ministry of Education, she would equally do very well. And I believe in her as well. As a youth and a woman, I was very happy that the National Democratic Congress youth organizer was being appointed as the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. And so when in the conclusion of the vetting, the Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Ricketts, said and asked the nominee about the ground plan development for women plan development. And I was very happy about the answer he gave because women should be, when you look at the high level of unemployment, you could clearly see women are in the majority, and it gave us room to be very vulnerable as we always speak. And so I was very happy he equally said that he worked in hand with the Ministry of Women and Gender to make sure they advocate for much consent, and very key in the ICT for women as well. And so all I could say is I wish all these nominees all the very best, and I believe that with God all things are possible, and the resetting agenda, inshallah, will come to pass. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Thank you. Let's turn to Honorable Daniel Ado Kenneth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice in congratulating the 3 nominees for the various ministries. Honorable Tifa Gomashi for Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Honorable Emiliata, the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. And Giorgio Payado, Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment, who is also a member of my constituency, and so I congratulate them and particularly also congratulate him. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jifa Gomasi, as we all know, has been an industry player, and we believe her competency in managing the tourism industry. One area, just like my respected colleague indicated, is the expansion of the domestic tourism. We should not be focused only in the southern sector and most importantly urban centers. She has toured around. I meet her often at festivals and funerals, and I think that one area we suggest for her to consider is the commercialization of our festivals, the major ones, and some major funerals as well. These are areas that are untapped in the tourism and creative arts industry that I think that we ought to look at. I also want to draw attention to the Kole Lagoon. We should not, this time, her ministry should not think that it is only the environment and sanitation aspect. We all travel outside and even far away to the Water Lake to have some cruises. And looking at the position of the Kole Lagoon, it being in the capital, if her ministry takes it up in connection with the other relevant ministries to properly clean it, it would, one, provide a lot of jobs for these young men along the lagoon who would be protecting it and making sure that the pollution of it is prevented. We will share a lot of ideas with her as to how this can be done. I would also want to move on to my brother, Jojo Parado, to take particular look at the NYA, which can be the area that, to borrow their own agenda, can be used to resetting some of the mindsets of the youth in terms of productivity, in terms of technical skills and other areas. We also want to draw his attention to the YA, particularly those under the sanitation models. That is an area that should be looked at very well so that we can tackle some of our challenges we have in our major urban centers and city centers critically. Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to suggest to our Honorable nominee for fisheries that in page 19, looking at the report, she indicated that the consideration for her to continue the solar project for the outboard motors, she thought that she had a different view of it. Right Honorable Speaker, just yesterday, our Honorable Member for Manson Kwanzaa made a statement, and we're all urging that we should go green. And if our commitment to going green energy is anything to go by, then I think this initiative would be something that she should reconsider her position on, so that this initiative can help reduce the cost of premix and the issues that are associated with premix fuel. It will also go a long way to support her initiative of using the subsidies or the profit made from the premix in supporting community initiative projects, which she listed on page 20. And so, right Honorable Speaker, I respectfully suggest to the Minister Designate that she should reconsider her position on the fuel for premix and then go and continue the solar project. On that note, I want to wish them well and we'll all support for their success. Thank you, right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. You take the last one from Honorable Kwame Asalobing, Gumua Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to first of all congratulate the nominees and also commend the President for the kind of appointments that he has made. In fact, looking at the caliber of people who have been appointed into various positions, it makes us confident that they are going to perform. And as a stakeholder in the creative arts industry, I will spend more time commenting on Honorable Jifa Abena Gomeshi. But before that, I will also commend Mr. George Opariado. In the 2024 4 elections, the youth voted massively for the National Democratic Congress. And the future of the National Democratic Congress, whether they will be in power in 2028 or not, depends on his performance. And so I'm very confident that he is going to perform, and the party has given him a big role to play in that next election. Also, Honorable Emiliata is going to play the role of Jesus Christ. She's going to take care of the fish. And I'm very sure that she is very much aware of how Jesus Christ dealt with fish, and the people of Ghana will be waiting to get more of that. I want to remind her that there is the biggest fish farm in Ghana. The biggest nursery in Ghana is in my constituency, R&B Farms. It's in Gumwanswayim. Unfortunately, I didn't hear any comment on R&B Farms. It looks like most of the people who were at the committee don't know about R&B Farms. R&B Farms is the biggest fish farm in Ghana. It has the biggest hatchery in Ghana and West Africa. And I will urge her to look at that as well. On Honorable Abna Gomeshi, she, apart from the fact that she has been a deputy minister who gained so much knowledge in His Excellency John Mahama's first term, she herself is an actress, she's a screenwriter, she has been part of almost everything that has brought the creative arts where it is today. And such an appointment goes without saying, her appointment goes without saying that she's going to be one of the best ministers. She has the requisite experience to deliver, and I'm very confident that she's going to do so, especially as a creative art consultant. I believe strongly that she's going to unearth talent, especially in rural areas. Most people travel from Ghana to places like Israel to visit where Jesus Christ and an angel had a fight. They travel to visit where Jacob fought with an angel, where Jesus Christ had a conversation with Satan about sharing the earth, and all of those. I don't have any evidence to disprove those. The evidence that I have is where Kwame Nkrumah lived when he came back to Ghana, which I believe that if we improve on these, it is going to bring a lot of tourists and revenue to our country. I know where Konfanoche was born. I believe that the honorable member would consider looking into those, so that one day we will have people coming to Ghana to also take Tetakwashi's farm to their countries, instead of us going to bring the Garden of Eden into our country. If we are able to improve upon our existing tourist sites, we will have people coming here to take a piece of Kwame Nkrumah's chop box at Circle to their country, instead of us going to bring a stone to build the biggest swimming pool in the history of the world. And so I also want to remind her that showbiz, as somebody who has been part of the Trade and Industry Committee of Parliament, that she knows the meaning of show business, which is the show itself and the business that it comes with. And I believe that she will be able to marry the two. And she's herself a development queen, which means that she knows how to put culture, politics, and tradition together. I believe strongly that we are going to see a new tourism and creative arts ministry, and I want to congratulate her and wish that all my colleagues also support her to be the next minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of leadership. It is now the turn of leadership. If minority leadership will yield to you, fine. Yes.
Thank you very much. You know, Mr. Speaker, thank you once again. First, we'll congratulate all the nominees for such appointments. Mr. Speaker, I'll take from Fisheries, Honorable Emiliata. I've known Emilia since 2008, when she first contested for the Shama seat. Mr. Speaker, there are two issues I believe that she needs to reconsider her decision. The first one being the solar outboard motors. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that premix has been a problem because of the subsidy. And Mr. Speaker, it will continue to be a problem. Mr. Speaker, because Ghana cannot continue to subsidize when we have an alternative in solar. So I believe that government should be more interested in investing in the solar outboard motors for our fishermen, so that one, they can keep their costs down, and two, the problem of inadequate supply, corruption in the supply of the premix will be a thing of the past. The 53% profits that are invested in community projects are just minimalistic, so small, they can never have the huge impact we expect in our communities. So I believe that as a minister taking up this position, the solar outboard motor is something that he should hold on to and make sure it's implemented in a big way. I know for a fact that the last time I was in Shaman and I'd announced the solar outboard motor, the fishermen had welcomed it. And she was there to also add a voice to the matter. So I find it very unfortunate that she's feet dragging on this matter, because government and Ghana's money cannot continue to be used in subsidizing it when we have an alternative. If we didn't have an alternative, so be it. Mr. Speaker, secondly, she had made mention of curbing mining in the water bodies, and I support that position. Mr. Speaker, if we take all our rivers, we have the communities along those rivers. And as I can speak on authority, that all the people we have arrested as galamseers, on them, they had always come from those communities. And we all know the people that work on those communities. So please, I believe that this is one major area she's been spot on in making sure that she works on them. Finally, I would like to also move on to the Minister for Tourism. Everybody knows her work. Everybody knows her involvement in the ministry. And we are no doubt that she can't perform. We know she will be able to perform. But Mr. Speaker, on the issues of routes leading to tourism sites, I believe that the minister should avert her mind to the district road improvement program. I believe that if he's able to connect well with the local government minister, he should be able to fix a lot of these roads, especially the last mile to these tourist sites as quickly as possible. One other issue has to do with the tourist site itself and a lot of our museums across the country. Mr. Speaker, because funding doesn't come from the center as quickly as possible, a lot of our museums and tourist sites are in very deplorable states. I believe that it is time we decentralize the management of these sites across the country, especially creating special boards for them at the local level. Even if we cannot do it at the district level because it might be too much, if we can do something at the regional level to manage these sites, especially raising funds to maintaining them, and then making sure that they do reinvestment, I believe that we should go a long way to sustain a lot of our tourist sites, because a lot of them are just too deplorable. And I believe that we should be able to have these local boards to raise private financing to invest, because the law already states that when people even invest, they should be able to give in something. When the community invests, they should be giving something. And I believe that we've been able to do one with Insulenzu. When we had major difficulty, we were able to bring the community together. And all those that invested, including Tourist Board itself, were given some shareholding that they are able to draw on it or reinvest in those communities. Last but not least has to do with Minister responsible for youth development and empowerment. I believe that if we take the new title for the ministry, it's clear cut. very clear-cut, development and empowerment. And the youth definitely will be looking up to the minister that you raise the necessary resources from the Ministry of Finance and other private agencies to support the youth of this country to be able to. And I believe that, as you said in your NDC manifesto launch, you place emphasis on technology and digitalization. Already, Minister for Roads has also said the same, and I believe that you carry on with that mandate to make sure that, as we have preached in our term under Dr. Maubia, you will continue to invest more in the youth, especially in the area of technology. Thank you very much, and we congratulate all of you for getting this nomination through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate the nominees, Honorable Ifa Gomashi, who is going to the Ministry of Tourism, and then Honorable Emilia Atta, who is going to Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Mr. George Opariado, who will be the First Minister for the newly created Youth Development and Empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I'll start from Honorable Opariado, who is going to this Youth Development Ministry. Mr. Speaker, we do know that one of the biggest problems that we face in this country, especially to do with our economy, is basically about youth unemployment. So I think that in the wisdom of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to create this new ministry, which is a specific ministry for youth development, is something that we should welcome. And I'm glad that the champion of youth in the NDC party for the last few years as a youth organizer being sent to that ministry is in the right direction. And his answers were quite impressive, that I have no doubt in my mind that he will do quite well in that ministry. When you come to Honorable Emilia Atta, she is someone that I have known for years, and I have worked with her when I was a Central Region Minister, and she was working with Honorable Shirley Aite of blessed memory in the fisheries area, and he has a very deep understanding of the subject matter, and I think her answers, that she gave, to do with all the questions that she was asked, were also quite impressive. And with her, she has a background, and I have no doubt in my mind that my constituency, which is a fishing constituency, will benefit greatly, such as the other fisheries community, when she takes office. And then lastly is Honorable Jifa. I mean, I think I was quite impressed with the idea that we need to develop tourism infrastructure in this country. I mean, when you go to, there are not even enough hotels, not enough restaurants. When people go to places, I mean, when you come to Cape Coast, for instance, when you leave the castle, there is nowhere else to go in terms of even where you are going to, have something to eat. And she addressed all these issues. And most importantly, she's actually been a deputy minister of tourism before, so she understands the issue. And I have no doubt that when she gets in there, she will adequately address these issues in the policies and implementations that she will have the opportunity to put in place to improve Ghana's tourism, which, if it's well done, could be a serious revenue earner for this country and help us. And help us. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to join in asking the House to approve these 3 nominees so that they can go and start work immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable members,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, why? Yeah, let me.
Honorable Speaker, arise. Honorable Speaker, in this House, there are some members who are always punctual. And one of such members is an honorable sister and a friend, a nominee, who is going to the Ministry of Tourism. And because of her eager to come to the House all the time, I come under Article 102 of the Constitution and Order 64 that talks about quorum of the House. I don't want it to be said of her that somebody who always comes to the House and on a day like this, at the approval stage, the house is empty. The House is empty. I'm saying that Honorable Jifa Gomashi is here, and somebody who is always punctual. Camilo. We can't do this to her. Camilo. We can't do this to her. So we are pleading with you to get your numbers here. And my application is that I'm raising Order 64 quorum. If you don't have quorum, so let her go to. What are your numbers? Please, there's my application. Let us do her the honors by bringing our members here.
I'll come to you. Let me listen to Honorable Susu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I observed that when the member rose on his feet, without even the speakership recognizing him, he went ahead, turned on his mic, and began to address the House. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a House.
Honorable Sesu, initially that was right, but later on, once I saw him still standing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just urging the House that we would allow cool heads to prevail in matters like this. Because, Mr. Speaker, otherwise it would almost sound or look like once my colleague says, I want to support government business, on the other side, there's a clawback clause trying to claw back the same goodwill he intends extending. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that since we have ended the debate, Mr. Speaker, you go ahead and put the question so we move ahead. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I think he has yielded for me. Honorable Leader, yesterday something happened. Hold on, you sit down. Yesterday something happened, and my own brother, my whip, said if he gets up, I shouldn't observe anybody from behind. So that is why I asked him to speak. I don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. So, Honorable Minority Whip, you speak if later on I need to give the
Speaker. We are very minded to support our colleagues, to do business of the House. However, we need to recognize that there are constitutional provisions and the matter raised by the Honorable Kingsley Nyako. It's a constitutional matter. Quorum is a constitutional matter. There's no debate about it. Let nobody digress. And I'm happy I can see my good friend, Honorable Dafemeko, very eager
This is baptism of fire. Whip your members to come to the chamber and do government business. A constitutional matter has been raised. At this point, we are at your mercy. Let's go by the route. Let's do the count and go through the process.
Well. So, Honorable Dafiamapo, let me also hear you.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I'm not on my feet to litigate this matter. But the invocation of that 64 points to the fact that a member may draw your attention to the inadequacies in terms of the quorum. But one, he didn't do that. He didn't point to any figure. The figure I have is that we are 142. But some, Speaker, I will explain. Some have proceeded because they were summoned by the chair for appointments committee to go and conclude. So once the matter was raised, the attention has been drawn to the fact that they must come back for us to deal with this matter. Then they can go back. That's why the chair himself has also come back. So we have quorum to commence business, which we have done, and we have quorum to take a decision. Mr. Speaker.
Well.
So I'm leading with my brother on the other side.
Honorable member for Kwadaso.
Speaker, I'm pleading with them so that we can take the discussion. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable member for Kwadaso.
He has a responsibility to bring him in.
Member for Kwadaso.
It's not good. It's not good. Don't do that.
Honorable member for Kwadaso. Honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker.
Please, if you want to invoke the standing orders or the Constitution, do so that we go through the procedure. No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
Honorable Speaker, my understanding is that we are not in quorum. So per the procedure, I think we need to get the numbers to be sure, or the bell is rung, so that Mr. Speaker, what is being done, Mr. Speaker, at Order 64 and Article 102 of the Constitution. These are the two provisions that are invoked, Order 64.1 and Article 102 of the Constitution.
Are you coming under Article 102, Article 104?
I'm saying that Order 64, Mr. Speaker, Order 64
please, whilst we are going through this, we are learning. So just allow him, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Order 64.1 talks about a quorum of Parliament. Apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so I come under this order. 64.1.
Honorable member, if you rely on Order 64.1, and I want to read for the hearing of all of us, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. So if that is what you are...
Mr. Speaker, I joined that one with Article 104. Article 104 of the Constitution. That talks about 104.1 talks about the fact that except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Mr. Mr. Speaker, in raising this constitutional matter, it is without prejudice. It is without prejudice. My considered position is that our friends on the other side are in the majority, and I premise my position on the fact that we have some dedicated members in this house who are always punctual, and in an occasion. Mr. Speaker, so I have invoked this. My understanding is that we are only 120 in this house. 120 in this house. And we are supposed to be 139 to make the decision. Thank you.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, this is a constitutional matter. Once he has invoked Article 104, we will go through the process. So let me quickly ask the clerk at table. Let me call the clerk at table to ring the bell. Please, now, honorable Whip, if the mover wants to abandon it, then I can. He's not abandoning it. Let me go through the process. So please let the bell.
Yes.
Let the bell be rung.
Speaker, with your attention, shall we then adjourn?
Come again?
Obviously, they don't have the numbers. You don't have the numbers. Instead of you to, you're not begging. Instead of you to beg, your chief will be here begging, and you are making papa. You don't have the numbers. Where are your people? Speaker, could you please adjourn? Go and bring your numbers. What process? Shut up. You are adjourning. Speaker will adjourn. Look at your chief whip. Your chief whip is begging here.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, now we will go through the procedure in order 64. So the first one is to direct the clerk at table to ring the bell. At least you will have 10 minutes. Then if you still don't have the numbers, then so clerk at table, please ring the bell.
Yes. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear
you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the majority should know that we are here to do government business. Nobody is here to thwart the business of the house. But members should also know that you cannot say one breath we are ready to support, another breath we are not ready to support. When you do that, you are accusing us wrongly, especially when a member comes up to raise a legitimate matter that we do not form a quorum. But for you to accuse us wrongly, I think that honorable member from Medina, honorable, yes, he's not not been fair to this house, especially with the minority. And he should retract that, and let's all continue with the business, because people or colleagues that we are talking about, they are our colleagues. And if you listen to the honorable member who raised Order 64 and 104, he was actually appealing to the majority to know that they call themselves super majority. These are the people who are struggling, and these are early days yet. These are early days for us to be struggling on the floor. These are early days. The super majority. Look at all this place. We want to appeal to our colleague, especially our colleague from Medina, that sometimes his choice of words are not appropriate. His choice of words are not. You should know that we have government business to run. Please. So respect must be shown. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, he should try to be mindful of his language, withdraw what he has said, and then we progress. We need to approve our colleagues, and we, the minority, are ready to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to call on my brothers on both sides, especially on the government side, to know that where we are, today is the day of transition. We've not put the first and second deputy plus the main chief whip. They've not yet created their platform for whipping. They've not yet had their caucus meeting for so many things. So today is just their first time. And I therefore want to plead with the former chief whip to call on the honorable member who called for the quorum to withdraw the quorum and let us proceed and make amends. The Speaker, to add, if you are on the government side, it is not enough for you to just attack. We must be defending. So when the member was raising the quorum, looking at your back and knowing that you don't have the numbers, you don't have to attack them. You only plead. You only plead. If you plead and they disagree, then you call on the speaker to defer the question. Because you can go by force and put the question, and they will challenge it. The motion will be lost. Should we have to go and restart? Which we cannot. So where we are now, colleagues, please bear with us and withdraw the quorum. And let's make amends. It's the only exit that we have. If you want to go through the whole process, leader, you know it won't do us a great deal. Today is just the first day. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we have 138. If you ring the bell, members will come. But it will take a long time because Interior Committee is sitting. Appointment Committee is sitting. By convention, we don't sit when critical issues are being debated on the floor. Some of the members also don't know. So we don't have to be raising emotions and tensions at this time. So, honorable member for Kwadaso, not so long ago, we were here and we approve you. Today it is our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I know my colleague will draw the quorum.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the experience Ahmed was filibustering to ensure that the seats were filled up. But Mr. Speaker, if a question of quorum is raised under Order 64, it doesn't necessarily mean listen to the House rules, listen and learn. It doesn't necessarily mean business must come to a halt. You direct that a bell be rung, which you did.
That is why I'm entertaining the discussion.
Yes, which you did. And for 10 minutes, if you don't have the number, you can put a question or suspend sitting. Those are remedies that the rules have catered for. So it wasn't a fact that means that, oh, by all means, the House be suspended or a decision ought not to be taken. You needed to go through the procedures under 64, exhaust it, and we take a decision. So I'm sure by now you have the numbers, and the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Kwadaso has something interesting to tell you. So let's indulge him. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, honourable member. That's what listen to.
What again? Listen, you are not patient. So let me commend the Minister, local government. And this proves to the fact that we will need your guidance in navigating forward. And so, Chief Whip, where are you? You should be seated on your seat. So, baptism of fire. So, as the Honorable Boama said, we have done a very good consultation, and the Honorable Dr. Kingsley will show the way out. He will show the way out, certainly.
Okay, honourable member for Kwadaso, so let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this job is a very difficult one. It's a very difficult one. Jifa Gomashi is my very, very good friend. Very, very good friend. And even though I read this column, I felt it. But because I admire her so much, and she being one of the most dedicated and committed and most intelligent female MPs in our midst, I, Kingsley Nyako, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Madina, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the quorum, the application, because of Honorable Jifa Gomashi, the nominee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Yusuf, please, you don't have the floor. Yes, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 11 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And that this honorable House has approved His Excellency the President nomination of Honorable Abra Jifa Gomashi as Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Honorable Emiria Atta as Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. And Honorable George Opare Ado as Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend my congratulations to our honorable members. We wish wish them well in their new office. Yes, Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm so much grateful for the opportunity to, on behalf of the nominees and the reference, thank the committee and the entire House for approving them as Ministers of State. Once again, I am grateful to the House.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership, any indication?
Speaker, there was an earlier agreement at conclave on the number of statements he had admitted. So, Speaker, it's important. The Honorable OPK,
yes,
even though he has some challenge,
yes, I don't have any problem, but then it means
So, Speaker, we should. There are 3 of them. We can do 2 and then continue the rest tomorrow. Starting off with that of
yes,
the
I want the First Deputy Speaker to help me so that I'll go and come. Yes.
Speaker, shall we start off with the Honorable David Sopoku? Speaker, we are ready to.
Yes, Honorable David Sopoku, you may start reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make a statement on the high attrition rate in Parliament and the need for reforms in political funding and candidate selection processes. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to address a matter of significant importance to the stability and advancement of our democracy, the high attrition rate in Parliament. Over the years, numerous capable MPs have lost their seats due to systemic challenges rather than a lack of competence or dedication. Today, I seek to identify the causes of this issue and propose practical reforms to safeguard the integrity of our parliamentary system. Right Honourable Speaker, the high attrition rate in Ghana's parliament is a complex issue that affects all political parties. For instance, within the New Patriotic Party, from the 7th to the 9th Parliament, 94% of MPs lost their seats, leaving only 10 out of the 169 MPs remaining. This turnover undermines the institutional memory, disrupts the continuity of governance, and deprives Parliament of the expertise of experienced legislators. The primary drivers of this problem, Mr. Speaker, include the weak enforcement of the Political Parties Act 2000, which mandates that political parties disclose their funding sources, but we all know that enforcement has been weak. This has allowed financial considerations to dominate party primaries, prioritizing wealth over competence. Mr. Speaker, the second point is the cost of politics. Campaigning and sustaining a political presence are prohibitively expensive, compelling MPs to finance constituency activities from their own resources. This leads to financial strain and allows wealthier individuals to overshadow competent MPs during elections. Mr. Speaker, the third point is the contentious candidate selection process. Political party primaries are often divisive and financially driven, undermining the merit-based selection. My fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is the misunderstanding of MPs' role. Many constituents view MPs as local development agents, leading to unrealistic expectations.
MPs are often replaced when they fail to meet their expectations, even if their legislative performance is strong. Mr. Speaker, the fifth point is the lack of government reform. The inability to elect MMDCs has shifted development responsibilities for local leaders onto MPs, further distorting public perceptions of their roles. Mr. Speaker, my proposals for reform include: 1. Strengthening enforcement of the Political Parties Act 2000. The Act provides a legal framework for regulating political parties, especially their finances. However, Mr. Speaker, enforcement remains inadequate. To reduce the influence of money in politics, I recommend strict enforcement of financial disclosure requirements. 2. Penalties for non-compliance by imposing sanctions on parties that fail to adhere to financial transparency rules, and regulating political funding. Mr. Speaker, building on Act 574, Ghana should enact a comprehensive political funding legislation to level the playing field. This law should include public funding for political parties, i.e. allocating funding based on electoral performance to reduce dependency on private financiers. We should also campaign spending limits. We should cap campaign expenses to curb excessive spending like we see in the UK. Mr. Speaker, transparency and accountability. Parties must publicly disclose donations, including amounts and donors' identities. Mr. Speaker, one major cause of our attrition rate in Parliament is the divisive and financially driven nature of candidate selection within political parties. Mr. Speaker, Ghana can draw inspirations from Argentina's PASO system introduced through Law 26574 in 2009. Mr. Speaker, the PASO system allows all registered voters, not party members, to participate in party primaries. All parties hold primaries on the same day to ensure fairness and transparency. And candidates must secure a minimum percentage of votes to qualify for the general election. This process is supervised by an independent electoral authority to ensure credibility. When Ghana adopts this PASO system, it's going to promote fairness and reduce the meritocracy that we see in our political system, ensure transparency under the Electoral Commission's oversight, and foster unity within parties by minimizing internal disputes during primaries. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution should be amended to elect MMDCs. This would empower local government leaders to oversee development projects and allow MPs to concentrate on their legislative roles. We need to strengthen the National Commission for Civic Education to inform the public about the roles of MPs. Sufficient funding should be allocated for campaigns to clarify the difference between legislative duties and development responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, my sixth point is that I propose reviving Parliament's earlier plan to construct dedicated constituency offices nationwide to strengthen the connection between MPs and their constituents. These offices would provide a permanent platform for MPs to effectively engage with their constituents, address concerns, and communicate their achievements. While pursuing the goal of constructing constituency offices, I suggest the two interim measures. Assemblies, MMDAs could offer MPs office spaces within their administrative facilities to serve as constituency offices. Parliament perhaps could consider leasing office spaces in constituencies for MPs, ensuring accessibility and continuity in representation. Parliament should support both approaches by providing logistical assistance, including basic furnishing and professional staff, to maximize the effectiveness of these offices. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by calling on this House to prioritize these reforms to secure the future of Ghana's democracy and ensure that Parliament remains a bastion of competent and experienced leadership. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I will just invite two comments from each side. Yes. Honourable 1, 2. Yes. Honourable Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this laudable statement. Mr. Speaker, it is a truism that we are faced with this challenge of rapid turnover of MPs in this House, making it a bad precedent not to have very experienced hands to lay hands on. Mr. Speaker, I will restrict myself to some of the causes that he has not mentioned. What brings about these things? Mr. Speaker, one of the problems bringing about this is government appointees of both parties who are never MPs but are given very juicy appointments tend to accumulate funds and undo MPs who are doing the work on the floor of Parliament. Both political parties are guilty of this offense. You will be in the House, be contributing, you will go to your constituency, attend programs, let the party be popular on the ground. Then
it's live here on TV3 and also on 3FM 92.7, the continuous coverage of the approval of ministers designate for the various positions and ministerial portfolios as vetted by the Appointments Committee of Parliament in the last 3 days gone by. Earlier today, in fact, just a few minutes ago, we saw Parliament approve the nominations of Madame Ablaji Fagomashi for the Minister for Tourism, Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. And then also Emilia Arthur, Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. And that's a member of Parliament for the Shama constituency. George Opariado has also been approved a few minutes ago as Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. Is currently the National Youth Organizer for the NDC. And yesterday there was an issue that came up in Parliament's Appointments Committee questions to him. We understand that there's already a process effectively in place to declare that position vacant and subsequently will be filled. Next, what we're seeing right now is Kennedy Nyako, Professor Kennedy Nyako, who is a Kwadaso Member of Parliament, raising some questions and issues regarding a statement that was presented by the member of the minority side in this Parliament. Let's see exactly what's going on now.
And I want to add an aspect of a course that probably it didn't clutter his mind. Mr. Speaker, my worry is the assessment of members of Parliament by researchers and other scholars. Mr. Speaker, we are in this House to perform certain responsibilities, the legislative functions, deliberative, financial oversight. These are some of the things that we do. And of course, we also represent our constituents here by bringing to the chamber or the floor issues that bother them. Mr. Speaker, but when assessments are done on members of Parliament, in most cases, the work we do here are excluded. They don't see the importance of our contributions, the legislations that we make, our inputs, our committee meetings, and even at plenary. These assessors don't care about any of this. The Speaker, if my person in his out, there are a lot of our seniors here who are well versed when it comes to the rules of procedure in this House. The Speaker, we need their expertise. We need the expertise of somebody like Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, Aldo Pre, Mama Erga, and Ahmed Ibrahim, Haruna Dusu, and others. They've been here for a very long time, and they understand the rules of engagement in this House. Assuming they were not around, how would the newcomers benefit from their experience and their rich expertise? We need to let them understand that when they are assessing us, we don't begrudge them if they go to our constituencies, but they must also come here and know what we do. Probably, Mr. Speaker, our constituents will now understand the work we do. So this unbalanced assessment of MPs is a major cause of the high attrition rate that we're experiencing in our democracy and our parliament. And again, the cost burden as well. It's not possible that, as the maker of the statement did say, that there should be legislation that will cap how much we have to spend on the campaign trail and the other things that we do. That will help. We have CI, the CI that governs our elections of 2024, CI 127. It's not possible for us to even amend the CI and make sure that any candidate who goes beyond a certain amount of spending must be dealt with according to the law. We need to criminalize excessive spending. The Speaker is going to help us. On that score, I want to pat the back of the maker of the statement, and I hope that we will take a very critical look at this statement. If possible, if the Speaker, you will take the lead in letting us have a committee to look into it. The high attrition rate is troubling. It is worrying. It must stop somewhere. Otherwise, we are going to lose the fine brains of our legislators in this parliament. Thank you. May God bless you. May you live long, Mr. Speaker.
I promised the first timer. Let him.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission and guidance, can I kindly defer to the Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu, who also tried getting your attention? With your guidance, sir.
Honorable Fred, why is it that
Honorable Adam,
why is it that he himself didn't get up?
No, he tried, please, but he couldn't catch your eye, please. With your guidance, Mr.
Anyway,
Speaker.
Let him hear him for the first time in the chamber. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I need to thank my colleague, Honorable Adam Agbana, for being gracious enough to see this time to me. Mr. Speaker, I associate fully with my colleague, the Honorable Davis Opoku of the Mpraeso constituency, who once upon a time was my junior in school, but is now my senior in parliament. Such is the vicissitudes of life. Mr. Speaker, he makes an important point about the need for intra-party reforms in terms of the way that candidates are selected to contest for parliament. The monetization of the process has become extremely detrimental to the well-being of this House. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that quality is increasingly taking a back seat, and money bags are holding sway. The only way around it is for the parties to realize that it is in their interest that their best and brightest come to Parliament, because it is the quality inherent in those who come to this House that shapes the way in which governance is undertaken. There was a time when parties actually had to go headhunting in order to select candidates for certain constituencies. But now every Tom, Dick and Harry shows up, and to the extent that they have deep pockets, they are able to ascend to the candidacy of parties in various constituencies. This is not sustainable. The amounts of money that one needs to spend in order to win party primaries often even affects one's ability to prosecute a meaningful campaign in the general elections. Because by the time you are done, you would either be deep in debt or you would be totally bankrupt. So reforms are an absolute necessity for the political parties in terms of how primaries are structured and in terms of how candidates emerge. There is a second leg to the Honorable Opoku Ansah's submission or statement, which we need to consider carefully, and it is about whether or not MPs are development agents. Mr. Speaker, on paper, and in fact, MPs are not development agents. We are essentially legislators. At most, we hold some influence in terms of how we are able to direct development to our constituencies. But there is also an objective reality that we must face, Mr. Speaker. That reality is that government, by virtue of our status as a developing country, is unable to reach every part of this country. And for that reason, there are those in our country who face extreme deprivation, who are literally cut off from the rest of this country and have basic needs that have remained unmet for decades. If someone does not step into that breach to meet some of those needs, there will be immense suffering. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the decision to contest to come to Parliament must be one that is made after sober reflection and candid introspection to determine whether you have what it takes to do what this job requires. So even though we are not development agents on paper, we are forced to become development agents because of the reality of our people. I'm sure if you went around and spoke to each one of us, and you would know, Mr. Speaker, because we have been in this house for quite some time, that the sort of demands that are made on you drain you. But if you do not meet those demands, those who come to make them will languish in suffering. So a certain level of resourcefulness is required of all those who want to come to this house. One does not need to be wealthy. You only need to be resourceful, which means that you know what to do to mobilize the needed resources to address a particular problem. In the fullness of time, as and when our status improves from developing to developed, I'm sure that some of these problems will be addressed. So even as we repeat the mantra that we are not development agents, we must appreciate that the reality of...
It's alive here on the continuous coverage of the approval of ministerial nominees by the 9th Parliament. Currently on the floor of Parliament is Ebrasebu Kwamankese, Member of Parliament, Phyllis Kwachofosu, who doubles as President John Mahama's spokesperson. He is also a Minister of State designate and is expected to appear before the Appointments Committee in the coming days. But let's go straight to the Appointments Committee right now. The sitting of that committee has also resumed. Before the Appointments Committee is the Eastern Regional Minister designate, Rita Akosia Awate. The vetting has begun as we speak. We cross over to the Appointments Committee hearings right now.
Once you have Eastern blood in you, I'm your mother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what happened to those of us with voter regime blood in us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a mother for all.
My last question. Mr. Chairman, my last question to the nominee is to the effect that MMDAs are going to be directly answerable to you as the regional minister. And so the capacity of these MMDAs is very crucial in administering their services to the people of Eastern Region. What are you going to do to boost the capacity of the MMDAs, especially through internally generated fund, to be able to have effective service delivery to the people of Eastern Region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is right, as you indicated, that I'm going to be working directly with the MMDAs. And one of the problems of municipal assemblies are lack of funds. One of the things I'll be doing is to have training programs for MMDAs to be able to mobilize funds. We'll be having training programs, capacity buildings. I'm going to engage most of the MMDCs to know where the loopholes are in their municipalities. We shall be doing feasibility studies on every municipalities to really get their problems, and with engagements, collaborations, we are going to go forward in the Eastern region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Kennedy Nyako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Madam Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I have just some few questions for you. My name is Kennedy Osei Nyako, MP for Achim-Swedru, so I'm within your region. Eastern region, most of the paramountcies in the region have chieftaincy disputes. I want to narrow it to where I am the MP there. That is Achim-Swedru, which falls under the Bosome traditional area. There have been several chieftaincy disputes for almost 13 years. If you go to other paramountcies, you can see the same problem within the region. I want to find out from you, as a minister designate, if God willing you are approved by the House, what are your plans? Or how do you intend in solving this chieftaincy dispute that we have been grappling with it in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I know there are pockets of conflict in my religion. I know Eastern region has a lot of paramountcies. I know we have about 11 paramountcies in the Eastern region, and there are a few areas that have pockets of conflict. First, I will engage my chiefs. I will engage my chiefs to really know what the issues are. We shall be doing a lot of consultation with community leaders, and there are going to be times we are going to have capacity building for them to really know the effect of conflict and how conflict is not going to help. So at the end of it all, I will have training program that will bring people on that will talk about conflict resolution. And I believe with them, if I engage them, I involve them to know the problems and its effects, we are going to have a very beautiful Eastern region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further questions?
So, deducting from your response, are you giving the good people of Eastern region the assurances that when you are giving the nod, you'll be the first person to resolve chieftaincy issues within the region? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will. God be my help.
So I'll move to my second substantive question. And this time around, it is about illegal mining. There are a lot of illegal mining activities within the region. Most of them, you see, because of this menace, have destroyed water bodies. Major among them is the River Brim River. I want to find out from you, what are your immediate steps in tackling this problem, which is currently destroying many water bodies and rich lands within the region? What are your immediate plans?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eastern region, of course, is blessed. We have so many resources including gold, diamond, and all the natural minerals. And I believe God has given us such beautiful place to enjoy, but we must enjoy with rules. Ghana as a whole has rules for mining, and we are going to apply the rules. We are going to do small-scale mining, and we are going to do legalized mining. I believe that if we apply the rules and we go with what we abide with the rules in mining, we are going to have a beautiful eastern region. Of a truth, illegal mining has destroyed not only our waters, we are going to mine, all right, but we are going to do legal and proper mining. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further question?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to find out from the nominee, when you mentioned that you are going to ensure that we do proper mining in the region, what exactly do you mean by you are going to ensure we do proper mining in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eastern region, as I indicated earlier on, has a lot of stakeholders. We have the chiefs, we have the security, we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people who matters in the Eastern region. I will be doing a lot of engagements. I will be collaborating with the chiefs and stakeholders in the region. And my party, the NDC, has in its manifesto the proper way of mining. And because I'm a representative of the government, I'm going to really go by what my party manifesto says for mining. Thank you.
Great, thank you. This is House of Record, so we'll put everything that you have said on record, and later on we'll come to you. The last question that I have for you.
Honorable Kennedy Nyako, I just want to remind you that she is your regional minister to be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. You have taken notice of it. Yes, Madam Nominee, this is my last question for you. All these questions that I'm asking are major challenges within the region. I'm sure you are aware of some. Maybe some to you are not aware. The last one is about sand winning. It's one of the major challenges within the region. Farmland have been destroyed. Several fertile land that could have been turned or used for either farming for other purposes have been destroyed because of this sand winning. I want to find out from you, what are your immediate steps to tackle this problem when you are giving the nod?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think sand winning and mining has similar effects on our land and the people. I've earlier indicated that my party, NDC, has in its manifesto the measures we are going to apply. I will really engage, come together, collaborate with my chiefs, my elders, my leaders, and all the stakeholders that matter. The security. Now, let me come here and let us know that sand winning and all other things are not just a security issue. They are social issues because they have social implications on our health. We are going to apply the rules. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Nominee. I wish you well. But don't forget, we are going to work with 8 against 24 MPs. We are 24. So if you want to be successful in your administration, don't neglect the 24 and work with the 8. That you will have a big challenge or a big problem. I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will recognize Ritana Odole Soa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't have a question for my sister. I wish to congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I was with her at NALAG as well as the African Women's Forum when you look at her CV. And so I know she can deliver to the best of her ability. And I know she's going to bring honor to women so that in future, women looking up to her will also come on board. Congratulations, my sister.
Thank you, Honorable Na Odole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Alasan Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Nominee, I wish you well and I congratulate you. You will do well. And I believe using the NDC manifesto as the blueprint, inshallah, you are going to be the best performing regional minister the region has ever had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I move to Alexander Ayawasi Akwa.
Chairman, my name is Akwesi Akwa. Alexander
Akwesi Akwa. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, SK, congratulations.
Thank you.
I represent the good people of Achem Oda, and so you are soon to be my regional minister. And it's the reason we have a lot of interest in this vetting. My first question has to do with market fires. Very recently, most of our markets have experienced serious fire outbreaks that have actually consumed the capital of most of our traders. And you look at the setting of these markets, you would agree with me that the MMDAs are those that manage some of these markets. Because of that, enough security measures are not put in place to forestall some of this occurrence. As you move into office as a regional minister for Eastern Region, would you want to consider the management of most of these markets so that it will be properly managed by proper property developers to ensure that we have enough security to forestall some of this occurrence?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think exactly that is what I'll be doing. Thank you.
Most welcome. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have another question. The local government minister who just got approved by Parliament promised this committee that he would not allow any MCE or DCE to have issues with members of Parliament. Like you've been told, we have 24 members of Parliament belonging to NPP in your region. Obviously, your MMDCs are going to be appointed from your party. Would you want to assure this committee that when you are in office, the MPs from your region will have direct access to you so we don't get frustrated by your MMDCs?
Honourable Member, that question has been asked and answer provided that she will be a mother for all in the region. And I even asked the what of those with voter regime blood. So the question has been asked and answered.
Chairman, I was looking specifically at members of Parliament's relationship with MMDCs who are going to come from her political party. It's a bit different from being a mother.
The relationship between members of Parliament and MMDCs in your region. So you can answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The relationship and conflict that exists is between some member of Parliament and MCs is a worrying one because the region needs the collaboration between MCs and member of Parliament to have a peaceful working relationship. As the leader, when you give me the opportunity to become, or when you approve of me to become the Eastern Regional Minister, I will be engaging both the MMDCs and the Member of Parliament occasionally. I will be having quarterly meetings with them. We are going to collaborate a lot. We'll be having capacity building meetings that will create the very peaceful relationship between them. You know, most of the time, the MMDCs have to sign the common fund for the MPs. If there's no good relationship between them, it makes work very difficult for them. I'm going to be engaging them to bring them together occasionally. Quarterly, we'll be having meetings. Thank you.
Wait. By saying the common fund, do you mean the 4.5% that they refer to as MP's share?
Mr. Chairman, please can you come again?
I'm saying that referring to the common fund in relation to the MPs, are you referring to the 4.5% that is referred to as MP's share of the common fund?
Yes, please. Yes,
thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You see the question is bringing out the best of the nominee. My last question, Mr. Chairman. I want to know from the nominee, I see you are so related to the Yellow Krobo area. I want to know whether your area has an Agenda 111 project ongoing.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can you please come again?
I was asking whether your district, Yellow Krobo, has an Agenda 111 project. That's Agenda 111 hospital.
Mr. Chairman, no, please.
Yellow Krobo doesn't have one.
No, please.
How many hospitals or health facilities do you have within that enclave?
Mr. Chairman, please, are you talking about Yellow Krobo?
Yes.
I think Yellow Krobo has one municipal hospital. We have one polyclinic, and we have several cheap compounds in Yellow Krobo.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, I think you have exhausted your questions. So let me give the floor to Honorable Shaibu Mahama.
Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Yeah.
I looked at the list of regional ministers and I found that we have about 3 or 4 women. Did you check how many women were in the list of the regional ministers?
Yes, please. I know of Honorable Helen Intosu. I know of Honorable Amma Mavis Amma Frimpong, and
that's all right. What I'm dragging at is many young girls look up to those of you the president has given an opportunity, the women. And so they look up to you with a high standard. So your performance will tell how the young ladies will also want to join politics. So that's a big task for you, the women who are part of these ministerial nominations. My substantive question has to do with, we have women groups who market women in your region. And this is one group that you need to pay attention to. The NDC manifesto has mentioned clearly the establishment of a women development bank. Tell us how you intend to work this promise with the women of Eastern region so that they benefit from the program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Women empowerment form a crucial part of any community because women form majority of even our national population. Women are seen as the pillars of the basic unit as a family. Most women are found doing works that are around the homes. Our manifesto has spoken about a women development bank. And as a woman, I think one of the things I will be so passionate about is to negotiate with the gender ministry, to negotiate with the Ministry of Finance, to make it done so that the women in my region can be empowered. You know, when women are empowered, the family is empowered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Kofi Mafo. A question, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Rita, you are welcome to Parliament.
Thank you.
Sorry. It is difficult coming from the party leadership and becoming a regional minister. Sometimes it's a bit difficult for you to shed off your party attire, but you have to do well to do that because you are going to be a mother for the whole region. My question is ecotourism in the region, which is going to be one of our economic benefits that both the country and then the region will get. So I want to ask you, even where you're coming from, the Boti, I understand Boti is also in your constituency.
Can you proceed to ask a question?
Yes, I'm going ahead. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, what are you going to do to improve on the ecotourism in Eastern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Eastern region has numerous tourism potentials, running down from the Kweu area and coming down to the Bri, where we have a very beautiful hotel, running down to Esojamai, where we have very, very beautiful resorts. And by the date of where my region is, we have a lot of festivals. We have the Home Festival that brings people into the region. We have the Ojura that brings people close to us, which is celebrated by the Krapin people. We have the Yilo Krobo celebrating Koyum Siklim. We have the Lower Manya Krobo celebrating in Mayim. All these potentials bring people around. One of the things I will be doing as a regional minister is to invite or look out for investors to invest into all the tourists that we have. We have the Boti Falls, we have the paragliding in Kweu, we have the walkway in Bunsu. These are all things that bring people around into my region. And with the help of my stakeholders, we are going to do more visibility studies on other potential that have never been gotten now, so that we look for investors to invest into such areas so that we can move forward from where we are now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, follow up. Follow up. Yeah, follow up. Yes, a follow up. Yeah. Madam Rita, I want to ask you, what kind of collaboration are you going to have with the various MMDCs in order to get this ecotourism, the economic impact of this ecotourism be felt in their various districts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I did indicated, there are some of the tourist sites that have even not been discovered yet. I will be collaborating with them to first do feasibility studies to know which ones have never been discovered yet, and to know what we need to add up to the existing tourist sites that we have. We need investors, we need funding, we need to do a lot to open up the region. And these are some of the things I'm going to do with the MMDCs, so that Eastern region can still be open up to, can be a home that many people can come to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, so I will recognize Roxanne Nelson, Honorable Roxanne Nelson, Kwame Eche Dapama.
Chairman, thank you very much. Rita, you are welcome.
Thank you.
And let me seize the opportunity to congratulate you for catching the eye of the president and getting this nomination. You'll be heading and administering a very important region in this country, the Eastern region. It's a multi-tribal, multicultural, multifaceted region. And I believe that you will deliver. I know places like Afram Plains North that gets cut away because of Dafram River, which is Dafram Lake, part of the Volta Lake. There were efforts to get a bridge over Dafram to ease transportation, because the ferry as it is now is not in good shape. So as the regional minister, I will urge you to, in the interim, ensure that you get a new ferry so our people can oscillate between Echi and Nketepa to ease the movement. I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best.
Sir Chairman, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Jerry Shai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I see on the nominee's CV. Congratulations, madam.
Thank you, sir.
I see on your CV current PhD student in migration studies, University of Ghana, Legon, Accra. Expected graduation date. What do you mean by that, please? Which is 2028.
Mr. Chairman, the PhD program is a 4-year program. And I stated that date knowing very well that by 2028 it will be 4 years. And I have to work very hard so that I complete all my thesis and everything and complete within that period. Thank you.
As regional minister, you are expected to spend your working hours in your office and to provide the needed services for the good people of the Eastern region. Are you, against the backdrop that you are supposed to pay attention to security and the welfare of the people of Eastern region? Are you saying that you know that you are going to finish your PhD in 2028?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you really look at my CV very well, I'm a woman that have combined so many things. If you really look at it, I have combined my job with almost all my schooling. At a point, I was in Yulok Robo Senior High School and was doing my MPhil. I was able to finish up with my thesis and completed within the actual time. I know I will have to do much to be able to do it, but I will. God be my help.
Thank you very much. Are you done with your questions?
No, Chair. Chair, I have a few. Cocoa farming plays a major role in the livelihoods of the several farmers in the Eastern region. How would you assess the current state of cocoa production in the region, and what are the major challenges faced by the farmers in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Almost all the cocoa growing areas are areas that we have our mineral resources. And per what is happening now, almost all the cocoa lands are being destroyed by illegal mining. We are going to apply the rules. All that we are saying now is that all lands that have been touched, or all farming areas, or all forest areas that are reserved forest areas should not be touched anymore. We are going to do deforestation to plant more trees so that we can regain our forests, so that our farmers can have their land, continue planting our cocoa to make Eastern Region great and make Ghana great. Thank you.
Madam Minister nominee, there are reported cases of violent crimes in your region, in some part of the region. Some areas including Obosomase, Tutu, and some of these crimes include robbery, murder, and some physical assaults. What specific actions would you take as chairman of REXLEC to ensure that these violent crimes or heinous crimes are nipped in the bud?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you did indicated, being the chairman of REXLEC, I'm going to engage all the security personnel in my region. We have a lot of security personnel. We are going to look at the status of our police stations. We are going to look at the status of the number of security people that we have in the region. I'm going to do that not alone, but with the engagement of my stakeholders, being the MPs that are within my region, my chiefs, and the MMDCs. With this engagement, we are going to do a lot of education. We'll be doing a lot of security education to our people. And through this collaboration, we are going to solve most of the security problems in the region. Thank you.
Madam Nominee, a lot of us now prefer to run up to the mountains to acquire parcels of land. There are a lot of problems with land acquisition in the Eastern region. So you'll see that most of them are deeply rooted in traditional land ownership systems. How do you intend to deal with this or manage the intersection between the customary land law and the formal legal land system to avoid conflicts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traditionally, we know that the lands belong to the traditional council. I don't really have control over the land as the regional minister. I cannot do anything without the support and collaboration with traditional leaders. I am going to engage much with the traditional leaders, and we are going to also collaborate with the sector minister for land and natural resources to really see what the problems are so that we solve the land acquisition problems in the Eastern region. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to find out, do you own a property in the Eastern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I own the property. I own a school in Yilo Krobo, specifically Somenya.
Please, you answer your question. She said she owns a school.
Social intervention.
Yes.
Government to educate the young.
Can I go?
Yes.
Go ahead. How long have you owned the school, and have you paid the requisite taxes towards the ownership of the school and the usage of same?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Larry's Royal School began in 2009, and Mr. Chairman, I've paid all my taxes. Thank you.
You have an idea of the population of the school?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, the school is 674. We have 674 pupils, starting from creche to JHS. Thank you.
And how many of the people have you given scholarships to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It will interest you to know that about a quarter of the children in the school are on scholarships. I have a plan that if you are a parent and you bring about 3 children, the 3rd child will be on scholarship. And if you are in the school and you lost your parents, you then get scholarship from the school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jerry, that is really social intervention that you are doing. Are you done?
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Chairman, if kindly you may let the support team understand that we are just conducting parliamentary business, and therefore words like "R" cannot be used here, respectfully.
Don't worry, you can wait. If you become chairman of this committee, probably you will do that.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I asked of leave for you to do that on my behalf.
So please, are you done with your questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Please do.
Madam, there are issues of corruption and unethical practices in land registration or allocation processes, especially in the Eastern region, where on some occasions you would realize that people would have lands that are in Ayi Mensa, registered in Greater Accra, and sometimes in the Eastern region. You would also have people registering lands in Berikusu, and also Berikusu, also seen as land. And I can see the Ebri MP has cited about the question. Or giving us a lot of issues. I know you are now coming in, but I expect that you have the capacity to deal with it. So I would love to have a feedback from you, how you intend to deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did rightly indicate that issues concerning land, I will incorporate the Sector Minister for Lands, but as the leader of the region, I will be doing a lot of capacity building for my people. You know, in the municipal assemblies, we have transactions like contracts, like procurement, like so many other things. And to curb corruption in the municipal assembly, I will be having training programs to build the capacity of my workers, my staff, so that there will be transparency and accountability. Again, I know the works department deals with these kind of documentations of land. Occasionally, there will be forums for checking on them, what really is happening in the works department, so that that kind of corruption that you are talking about on land documentation will be reduced.
Madam Nominee, as the proprietress of a school, you are aware that there are issues of child abuse. There are also physical and sexual assault of some of our children. And it's not just about your school, but and I'm not saying it's happening in your school, but these are issues that you can find in your region and some other regions. As a mother and a proprietress, how would you want to take steps? What steps would you want to take to ensure that our girls are not abused sexually, physically, they are not molested? And also as the chairperson of the Regional Security Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the issue of assault and molestation on our school children, I think the GES has adequate regulation on such, and such individuals or teachers that are found will be punished. And I believe before even the punishment come, we really have to spell out the rules. Every school needs to spell out the rules for these people. And I think I will not take it lightly when such an issue happens in any school and it is covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This should be my last question. I'm also well aware that you are confronted with some problems in your region, one of which is transportation. So I'm still interested in post-harvest losses. What about the roads? What about the bridges? And what are your plans to ensure that you have most of these things very functional?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Eastern region has a very big stretch from Afram Plains north, south, coming down to the Kwao Mountains, to Suhum, to Insawam, and down to my area, my backyard, the Krobo area, and the Sojaman. And we have a lot of horticultural crops. I think the major problem in transportation in my region is our roads. Our road network is not very, very good. When you get to the Afram Plains, between Mami Krobo and all those areas, most of the roads are completely destroyed. I will be engaging the road minister, the road sector minister, to really upgrade the roads so that these horticultural crops that we have can be cut into the marketplaces for people to really enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a follow-up. On Afram Plains in particular, what are the connectivity issues? Connectivity with reference to communication and transport. Do we have the networks working properly there? If you go to a place like Uabomaima constituency, although it's in Accra, just because it's somewhat a highland, you have connectivity problems. Besides that, do you also have connectivity problems with reference to transportation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did really indicate that we have transportation problems. And apart from that, we also have network problems. So I will, when I talk about communication, maybe movement does not only involve transport alone, but the communication problem. So I will also be doing something on rural telephony. Thank you.
You said probably that's the last question, so I'll give the floor to Honorable.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm done. I just want to wish the nominee well. I'll be monitoring on your final execution of your PhD, and remember this is the House of Record. Thank you and have a great one.
Thank you, sir.
I urge you to please monitor the school. I'll give the floor to Honorable Rickett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nominee.
Sir.
Congratulations. I'm actually very pleased to see yet another woman being given a ministerial position. And from what you have said so far, I can actually tell that you do well. Welcome to the club of regional ministers, former and current, of which I was one, Central Region. So I know you do well, but I think it's something you need to clarify. I know that this PhD thing, I just need you to clarify something which I think will help, because a lot of people are listening. And there are so many people going to school and working. It's not a string thing. You're doing a PhD at the University of Ghana, Legon. Now, this day and age, you can sit in Ghana and do a PhD in the United States or in the UK. It's not impossible. because of the help of technology. Either you do an online.
You don't say it is possible. It is not impossible.
It is not impossible. The last time it is possible was used, there was a problem. So it's actually not impossible, for you to do that. But then you did say here that you're a student. I mean, PhD is predominantly a research work, thesis and all that. So you can sit anywhere in the world and actually do it. But then there's lectures element of it. You did say that you have done 1 year, which I believe was a classroom work, lecture work. If you can answer that, and I'll just follow it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still doing my 1 year course work, and basically it is a hybrid program, in person. Occasionally we do in-person lectures. Most of our lectures are online, so I can combine. Thank you.
Exactly what I wanted to hear, to clarify your PhD, that you can actually do the job that you are about to do and still continue to do your PhD and finish in 2028 and get your PhD. So I don't have any further question than to just congratulate you once again. May God help you do the regional minister work. I know how it's like, and I know that you will do fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, honorable members and our guests. I have a list of invited guests who are here to give moral support to our nominee. First on my list is Reverend Lawrence Awate, spouse of the nominee. Mr. Kwajo Jechi, member, NDC National Elections Directorate. Ngenge Oklepeme Nua Anoba Sasaku, Paramount Chief of Ilo Krobo. Ngenge Sakite II, Paramount Chief of Manya Krobo and President of the Eastern Regional House of Chiefs. Nana Awo Kosi Otino, Swapo Manye of Ilo Krobo. Dr. Mark Oliver Kevo, NDC Eastern Regional Chairman. Arnold Ngenge Awate, son of Mrs. Rita Awate, the nominee. Emmanuel Akumate Okra, aide in charge of communication. Mavis Odonko, aide to the nominee. Shelina Ana Ampin, NDC Eastern Regional Women's Organizer. And then Ngenge Naneke Tekwete Ofori Ago, Divisional Chief of Okpo in the Yilo Okpe in the Yilo Krobo traditional area. You are most welcome. And we have at the table MPs from the Eastern region. Some even have the opportunity of posing questions. I use the opportunity to congratulate the nominee. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are hereby discharged, but you hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel members. Thank you, my people.
Well, you've been watching the live coverage of the vetting of the Eastern Regional Minister Designate Rita Akosua-Awate, then answering a number of questions bordering on the expectations that the members of the committee indeed have of her, and also what she has in terms of her plans of development for the Eastern region, representing the president in the Eastern region and executing the development agenda of President John Dramani Mahama for the Eastern region. The matter of illegal mining was quite rife, and quite a number of the members of parliament in this appointments committee asked questions bordering on the matter of illegal mining, and rightly so, because if you look at the map and the illegal mining map that we've mapped out here on TV3, a number of the areas and constituencies within the Eastern region dotted with issues of illegal mining. The Etiwa Forest, for instance, is one area, one of the very many protected forest reserves that has got some international attention, with many people calling on the then President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to be swift in ensuring that the fight against illegal mining is won. In fact, this was a big issue in the run-up to election 2024, with a number of CSOs, the Trade Union Congress, and all other unions all stepping in to give some gravitas and momentum to the fight against illegal mining. And it is of no doubt that this was a major issue as well that was put to the Eastern Regional Minister Designate. She outlines what she's going to do, making reference to what the NDC manifesto itself is talking about when it comes to the matters of the kind of review that they would implement in ensuring that the issuance of small-scale mining licenses is dealt with as well, and as a way of also training these illegal miners to abide by the various laws and regulations to do proper mining. We'll see how that plays out. But it's been a busy day for both members of Parliament on the floor of Parliament and the Appointments Committee as well. Today, they vetted a number of persons who are going to also await their approval by Parliament itself. We've seen some 6 ministers being approved by Parliament today as well. And in the coming days, they will be also sworn in by President John Dramani Mahama to begin their work officially as ministers of the Republic of Ghana, serving the behest of President John Dramani Mahama. Thank you so much for staying with us here on TV3, also live on 3FM 92.7. This is a coverage of the Ministerial Vetting 2025. Tomorrow, we continue. My name is Alfred Okanse. Stay with us as we get ready for News 360 and later at 10 p.m. for Ghana Tonight. Have a great evening.
Santex and Crown Paints. Excellent paint that is resistant to peeling, mold, algae, and fungus. It comes in a wide range of colors with high opacity, high spread rate, and dries fast with no afterpaint stench. Santex and Crown Paints are distributed by Bamson Company Limited. Locate us at Sickens House, Old Fatima Road, South Industrial Area, Accra, or any of our branches in Atabraka, East Legon, Tema, and Adum in Kumasi. Call or WhatsApp us on 0573